Tampilkan sesuatu atau pengumuman dulu, Mas? Review belum?
Akan ada masa di mana kita menjalin rasa manusia dengan semesta.
Mas, ini pengumuman dulu.
Mendaki ke puncak tertinggi, menggapai tujuan dengan kerja keras dan strategi. Perjalanan mengajarkan banyak arti dalam setiap langkah yang terlewati. Bercerita lewat asa untuk terus dijaga.
Manusia sejatinya berencana, menata cita-cita dalam bingkai rencana. Percaya bahwa keindahan tercipta bukan instan, melainkan lewat prinsip dan pedoman. Kreativitas dan imajinasi saling berkolaborasi, mengasah naluri, menjamah potensi. Tak akan bertemu ujung untuk apa yang kami kejar. Tak akan tercipta rasa tanpa belajar. Apa yang kami lakukan berawal dari sebuah ilmu yang kami emban di rumah peradaban, Universitas Negeri Semarang.
Kemajuan kita sebagai bangsa tidak bisa lebih cepat daripada kemajuan kita dalam pendidikan. Pikiran dan wawasan menjadi sumber daya fundamental.
Di sini saya belajar banyak hal, seperti mempertajam kecerdasan, memperkukuh kemauan, dan memperhalus perasaan.
Pendidikan adalah senjata paling ampuh untuk mengubah dunia, termasuk Indonesia. Berangkat dari mana? Ya dari diri kita sendiri.
Inilah Rumah Ilmu Pengembang Peradaban, tempat tunas penuh talenta tumbuh bermekaran dalam kasih sepenuh hati, bertumbuh menemu arti. UNES Gemilang untuk Indonesia Maju.
Kegemilangan memandu UNES dalam melahirkan generasi berkarakter dan berprestasi, agar tunas muda Indonesia bertumbuh, menemukan peran dan makna demi kejayaan Indonesia dalam peradaban dunia.
Setia mengawal semangat perubahan demi kemajuan bangsa dan peradaban. Sebab kami percaya niat baik saja tak cukup. Denyut inovasi harus terus berdegup. Arum luhuring pawiyatan ing astoniro. Semangat ini berdiam di hati, terpatri di jiwa kami.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang.
Gemilang untuk Indonesia Maju.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang. Gemilang untuk Indonesia Maju.
Ladies and gentlemen, our opening ceremony will begin at 8:15 a.m. in local time. There are several rules which need to follow during the conference. First, please turn on your camera and turn off your microphone. Second, please behave appropriately during the seminar. Third, please change your username on Zoom with name_institution. Fourth, question can be asked by chat menu. Fifth, in the end of webinar, it will be informed the URL of attendance form for the 6th ISPHE for issuing the e-certificate. So, stay tuned on Zoom and YouTube. And the last, the URL is open for only 60 minutes after the plenary session is over. Suaranya jelas gak? Mas, suaranya jelas gak?
Good morning, Professor Michael Rosenberg.
On mute. Good morning.
Good morning. I thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your time.
My pleasure.
Is Anggit, is Mr. Session already here?
Not yet, Prof.
Not yet. Okay.
Still waiting him to join with us.
Okay. What about Professor David Leck? Already here?
Not yet, Prof.
Okay. Okay. How are you, Professor Michael? Are you stay in Perth? Are you stay in Perth?
I am in Perth.
Oh, okay. Very nice city, Perth.
It's a very beautiful. I've got some very small photos to show you, and hopefully will welcome you one day.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. I already there in Perth for several times, and mostly I went to WAIS, WAIS, West Australian Institute of Sport.
Oh, to waste. Did you meet?
Yeah,
with,
yeah, WAIS. Yeah,
with,
yeah.
Peter Peeling.
With several person, several contact person there. Yeah. It's a very good facilities and very good and modern facilities, sport facilities there.
Yes, it's a fantastic venue, and we have
Yes.
their research institute is linked to our school.
Okay.
When were you here last? Obviously, a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Also in Perth, I also enjoy what is a Swan River or Black Swan or
Swan River is perfect.
Swan River.
Yes.
Yeah, very wide river and very nice views along the river.
Along the river, and I'm sure you went up to Kings Park to have a look at the view.
Yes, of course. Very nice place. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
Have you been in Indonesia, Professor?
I have been in Indonesia, but I haven't been for many years. I do quite a bit of work in Thailand, so I keep flying over.
In Thailand.
But I will be coming to Indonesia relatively soon.
Okay.
So
where do you go to in Indonesia? Jakarta?
No, I don't. No, not Jakarta, Surabaya.
Oh, Surabaya. Okay.
So,
when, sir?
yeah,
Maybe you can stop by in my faculty.
I would love to come and visit you. So I've had a look at the transport between Semarang and Surabaya.
Semarang and Surabaya.
Yeah,
yes.
I would love to come and visit. I'm trying to get.
Please let us know when your agenda to Surabaya.
Thank you.
Surabaya to Semarang, 5 hours drive by car, and about 4 hours by train.
Yes, I already had a look at the train.
Okay, okay. Please let us know when your agenda is if the agenda is meet with our agenda. I would like to welcome you to our faculty.
Thank you. That would be very
Thank
generous.
you.
I would like to do the
Yeah.
same when you come back to Perth.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Ibu Martita, Pak Dekan VIP, Pak Dekan MIPA, terima kasih rawuhnya. Good morning, Jason. Professor Jason, how are you? Your microphone still mute. Your microphone still mute. Please, Mas Anggit, turn on Jason, Professor Jason. Hello.
Yes, Prof. The operator still.
Hello, Jason. Professor Jason from Singapore.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. How are you?
Today is my third day recovering from COVID.
What?
Yeah.
You bring the COVID from Medan? No?
I hope not.
Please no.
Yeah, it was my third day today.
Oh.
I got
yeah, good for you. Yeah.
So now
so
I'm
sorry.
in isolation.
So sorry if you got the COVID from Medan.
No,
I hope
don't
not.
think so. I don't think so.
Because of Kerupuk,
I
Prof.
got a lot of fond memories from Medan. Fond memories.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, just
But you are
pardon my
well
voice,
now?
if it's not good later on.
Okay.
Just pardon me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try to fix up my earpiece so I think it's clearer. I'll try to fix this.
Yeah, please. You may try your headset. How do you feel right now, Mr. Jason? Hello, Mr. Jason.
Pak Dekan FP, terima kasih rawuhnya.
Hello, Mr. Jason.
Yeah.
Can you hear my
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. It's
Okay,
clear.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Apa nih? Masuk pembukaan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony is about to begin. Please turn on your camera and keep your microphone mute. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Seminar on Public Health and Education 2022. Active, healthy, productive, and sustainable community through post-pandemic recovery, hosted by Faculty of Sports Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. It's been a great honor for me, Billy Castiana, as your Master of Ceremony, to be here and welcome each and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, in this very special occasion, you will have plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge and insight in terms of public health, sport, and physical education, especially on this post-pandemic era. Before we proceed to the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Excellency Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Profesor Dr. Fatur Rahman M.Hum, Excellency Vice Rectors, Directors, and Deans in Universitas Negeri Semarang. We also would like to greet all of our speakers. Excellency Professor Michael Rosenberg from the University of Western Australia, Excellency President of the International Federation of Adapted Physical Activity, Professor David Lake, PhD from Canada, Excellency Dr. Zezan Xian from National Institute of Education, Singapore, Excellency Assistant Professor Sri Ratna Rahayu, Medical Doctor PhD from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. The last but not least, honorable committees and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our opening ceremony with National Anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and Anthem of Universitas Negeri Semarang. We would like to invite all guests to stand up. Thank you, and please be seated. For the first agenda, we would like to give our screen to the Dean of Faculty of Sports Science to deliver her opening speech, and afterward, we would like to request the Dean to officially open the 6th International Seminar on Public Health and Education 2022. For Professor Dr. Tandio Rahayu, MPD, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us pray and thanks unto the Almighty, who has been giving us lots of mercies and blessings. Secondly, I would like to apologize from Professor Dr. Fatur Rahman, the Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang. This morning, he has a meeting agenda with the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education. So he cannot attend this meeting and assign me to represent him. He sends sincere regards to all of you. Further, I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers who are willing to take their valuable time to meet our invitation. Professor Michael Rosenberg, PhD, Head of School of Human Movement, the University of Western Australia. Thank you, sir. Professor David Leck, PhD, President of the International Federation of Adapted Physical Activity from Canada. Thank you, Professor David. Associate Professor Jason Chan, PhD, Deputy Head of PESS, National Institute of Education, Singapore. Thank you, Professor Jason. Associate Professor Sri Ratna Rahayu, PhD, Head of Public Health Graduate School, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Thank you, Professor Sri Ratna Rahayu. I also would like to welcome the Honorable all of Vice Rector, all of Dean, Director, and Head of Institution in Universitas Negeri Semarang. The guests of honor and all the participants in this conference. On this valuable opportunity, please allow me to report several matters as follows. This international seminar on public health and education is a biennial, and today is the 6th. So we already conduct this seminar about 12 years. The theme for this year is active, healthy, productive, and sustainable community through post-pandemic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference committee has accepted 123 scientific papers from about 200 papers, 200 submitted papers that will be presented on the parallel session, and overall this conference attending by 444 participants. This conference can be held with the full support of the Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology from the Republic of Indonesia, the Provincial Government of Central Java, and the City Government of Semarang. I also would like to welcome the representative of the very remarkable network members of the Faculty of Sports Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang, which come from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Shanghai Sport University, the People Republic of China, University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, Monash University, Australia, Heidelberg University, Germany, Universitas Teknokrat Indonesia, Badan Riset Inovasi Nasional Indonesia, Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Palangkaraya Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Malang Indonesia, Universitas Muhammad Husni Tamrin. Furthermore, I also would like to thank you to all the organizing committee who have worked very hard for the success of this event. Finally, I also would like to apologize deeply for any imperfection, any inconvenience during this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And last, on the behalf of the Rector of Universitas Negeri Semarang, I officially open this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Professor Tandio Rahayu for officially open this conference. It is now my deep pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, who will be delivered a keynote speech with topic Lesson Learned from the COVID-19 Pandemic for Future Public Health Response and Recovery. But for audience who has any question, please write it in chat room. Now, let me introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is currently working as a professor and head of School of Human Science in University of Western Australia, Australia. He was a director of Health Promotion Evaluation Unit in University of Western Australia and also director for UWA and ECU Survey Research Center. He got his Doctor of Philosophy in Curtin University of Technology, Australia. His expertise is in epidemiology, public health, and health promotion. Ladies and gentlemen, from the University of Western Australia, please welcome Professor Michael Rosenberg.
Good morning. Thank you, Billy. That's a lovely introduction, a trip down memory lane in terms of all those studies. Professor Rahayu, thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation. Professor Raya and Dr. Widja, also thank you for this invitation. I'm going to share my screen and welcome everyone to this conference and to this presentation. Let me just share. So this morning, I'm excited to talk to you about the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic for future public health responses and recovery. There are obviously a lot of lessons that have been learned in relation to COVID. I'm fairly convinced, given that Professor Jason is currently recovering from COVID, that we are not over the pandemic yet. So this is a lessons in progress component. I wanted to present to you something which hopefully will set the seeds for lots of conversations for your conference, not necessarily what we might be able to do or the program. So I wanted to share some of my thoughts and lessons that hopefully you can take with you and over this conference. So let me just start by orientating you to where I am. So I am in Australia, as you know. I'm on Perth, which is on the left-hand side here. I've just seen some beautiful images of Semarang, which looks fantastic and beautiful. We have a different coastline. It's very beach, and you can sort of see right down the coast of where I spend most of my weekends, walking the dog in the morning. This is a view of our city, which is along the Swan River. A little bit further back, you can sort of see that's the city. This is actually the UWA campus, which sits right on the Swan River and is a beautiful campus. It's got beautiful old buildings. It's got beautiful scenery, a bit like what I just saw walking through your campus on the images. And as Billy mentioned, I'm the head of the School of Human Sciences. We cover lots of different things: anatomy, physiology, neuroscience, sports science. It's a very big school, and we go from expertise in mRNA immunology, all the way to the type of things that I do on a day-to-day basis, which is trying to get children moving physically. But I spent lots of time in the field of public health and health promotion. And so it was a great challenge to come and think about, well, what lessons have we learned from COVID that would be useful for your conference and for your discussions? So I also just want to say up front, I'm not particularly good with suspense thrillers, so I'm going to tell you my lessons now. These are the lessons we're going to talk about. I've decided I'd share 10 lessons with you. The first is about collecting and sharing accurate information. The second is thinking about the lens of success. What does that mean? The value of buying time. Everything is connected. Why rational people sometimes make irrational decisions. I think most of us know prevention is a hard sell, and what we learn from that. It won't happen to me. I'm not going to get sick. Don't tell me what's good for me. I know we've got some people from education, which will resonate. Lesson 9 is everyone is important in the global pandemic response. And I did keep one, which is the sort of culmination, 10, which you'll have to pay attention to at the very end. These are the things I want to talk about. These are the lessons that I think are valuable to you. I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about COVID as a virus and what it does in terms of its structure. I feel like this conference is going to be well educated in understanding COVID in a general sense. And I don't think for the purpose of today, we need to unpack what the virus is. So I thought I'd just present some key figures that we can talk about. One of them is, so far the count of infections around the world is about 535 million. We can debate a little bit as to how accurate we think that figure is, but that's the most recent figure from about a week ago. There have been roughly 6 million people that have died from COVID, and lots that have recovered in different ways and different scenarios, many thankfully with limited symptoms. Miraculously, we have 1.53 billion vaccine injections that have been provided to this date. It has been considered the equivalent of the moonshot. Getting a vaccine developed for a new virus and having 2 billion shots within about 12 months is the equivalent of sending man to the moon. It is quite miraculous that we've been able to do that. We've done that in 146 countries. Some other key figures to think about are 5 to 6, which is roughly the days, the average length of time that people suffer from COVID before they move into a non-infectious state. But equally important are the 2 to 3 days when you're infectious and contagious and able to really spread COVID without knowing that you have it. These are really important figures. We know lots about the effects of COVID. We're very well versed in the type of damage and organ effects that COVID can have, from blood pressure to lung issues to bone and muscle. This virus is particularly invasive in almost all tissues around the body. And we also have a pretty good idea about how to prevent it. Some basic public health messages in terms of mask wearing, distancing, handshaking, and hand washing. And we also have a vaccine to help us minimize some of the effects. But from our purpose, from a public health perspective, a lot of these things relate to things that we know. We know quite a bit about who's likely to get infected. We actually don't know very much about really who's going to get infected amongst the population. We've got some ideas related to age and some related mortality and underlying morbidities, but we really don't know how it's going to affect individuals within that age group. So we know lots, but we don't quite know how this virus is affecting, and it's mutating. So it's affecting different populations in different ways. We also know that it's relatively contagious. So if you look at how contagious it is compared to other diseases, measles being one of the most contagious, if not the most contagious, this sort of figure represents that, for every person that has measles, they're likely to spread it to roughly 12 to 18 other people, and so on. With polio, it's 1 person to every 5 to 7. I'm sure you're familiar with RO factors and the ratio of people that are likely to be infected for every person that's infected. And you can see COVID-19 is roughly 2 to 3. That's changed over the last 24 months. In the first variant, which was low, and now it's roughly around 2 to 3. So every person that is infected is likely to infect 2 to 3 people. And you can sort of see where that sits. So here's the first lesson: collecting and sharing accurate information. According to the stats that I could find, Indonesia, compared with Australia, Indonesia has recorded officially about 6 million COVID cases and 156,000 deaths. And in Australia, we have roughly 7,600,000 and 9,000 deaths. And these are the number of people that are recovered. Now, I do have some understanding of epidemiology, but I also just have a good understanding of maths and probability. And given the very different sizes of population from Indonesia to Australia and the density in which we live, this figure of about 6 million seems a little low to me. That information and how it's collected seems a little low, of having 6 million when Australia has just over 7.5. So there does seem to be some issues in terms of how data is officially collected. And one of the key lessons to learn from COVID is you can't respond or act in relation to prevention, treatment, or management without really understanding what's going on in terms of the numbers. So I don't know how accurate the collection is, but we do have a way to tell roughly what is going on, because what we can look at is excess mortality. And excess mortality looks at the number of people that you would expect to die in an average year and what happened in this particular year. And what you can look at is to see, well, what happened across the world. And actually some really interesting things happened. In the United States, for example, expected mortality compared to observed mortality went much higher in the United States compared to what was being reported. So probably a lot more cases and a lot more deaths. And that was a pretty interesting trend around the world. Australia was different. Because we're isolated and we locked our borders, our deaths, excess mortality dropped. We had no influenza whatsoever for 2 years. So actually COVID, because we had got the borders, reduced that in terms of expected deaths. So there's lots you can tell. I suspect that the expected deaths or excess mortality across Indonesia was a lot higher than what is being reported. And someone did a great study looking at the excess death just in Jakarta. So if you have a look at this table from their paper, they looked across Jakarta, they looked at just the total deaths that were reported, the number of typically expected deaths that you would have, and these are the excess deaths. So about 42% of excess deaths that were reported. And if you keep tracking along, it's probably about 8 times the number of deaths that were more than expected in a typical year. And while we don't know what caused all of those excess deaths, the main difference is likely to be COVID. Having that data and being confident in the data is a really valuable lesson in public health, and a lesson from COVID. My second lesson relates to the lens of success. And this goes to data and it goes to a whole range of things. We're public health and health education and sports science. We typically have a lens that's related to health. And the lens I'm going to look at today is a largely health-related lens. But there's a political lens that we need to consider when we talk about what is success in health promotion and in COVID. And politicians need to keep the country calm. They keep the citizens engaged in a way which helps protect the whole community. They have to make decisions that relate both to the overall populace, what happens at a population level, how to allocate resources, how to determine who gets access to different healthcare facilities. And they also have political agendas. So how they rule and whether they need to ensure that they will get voted in again or maintain power is a really interesting political lens. I'm not going to touch too much on that today, but we need to consider it. And then there's the economic lens in terms of, well, there's health and there's the economy. And if people can't work, earn a living, then all the consequences relate to what happens to people's ability just to care for themselves and meet their basic needs has an effect. And I think most of us are aware, having lived through this, that there's a tension between the economy, the health, and the politics. So I wanted to draw your attention to success. And we have different levels of acceptability of success. So this is the number of road fatalities in Indonesia from 2013 to 2020. And there's roughly 25 to 30,000 people that die on the roads across Indonesia. There's not every day an outcry. We haven't mobilized every resource we can to resolve this issue. There is an acceptability of success of what we will tolerate in that balance between health, politics, and the economy, how we get things moving. So success is really important to measure and understand. We also have an indication, and this is to me quite fascinating. In 2019, there was an index of who was ready for a global pandemic. And it looks at some really interesting things. It looks at some dimensions around how ready we are to prevent a pandemic, how we can detect it, how we will respond to it, the strength of our health systems, our normalization, our culture in terms of how we interact with each other, and the risk profile overall of how we accept risk. This global index sort of ranks all the countries. And in 2019, the two top countries were the United States and the United Kingdom, who were there. The beautiful thing about this index is you get to play out the game. So from 2019 to 2022, I'm not sure this index was particularly accurate. There's been lots of reflection around this, but it shows the type of things that we want to consider. Just as an overall for the first four things, Indonesia, Australia is up the top somewhere as a comparison, and I just highlighted where Indonesia is, sort of in the middle, actually towards the top third of countries in terms of preparedness across these. This is in 2019. It's changed again since 2022. I'm still not convinced that this is exactly right in terms of the way things played out, but there's ways that we can learn from the lessons about data, collecting data, how we use it. But importantly, I'm talking about success, what we think is success. And I'm going to have a deviance here in terms of, I'm going to talk to you about zombies. Some of my favorite work is around what does success mean in terms of a pandemic? Did we actually stand a chance, and do we stand a chance in terms of trying to not get COVID, remove COVID? How do we deal with it? There was a great movie called World War Z. Some of you may have seen it. I'm sure that many of you are aware of zombies and zombie movies. And, you know, being bitten by a zombie and then turning into a zombie and then trying to eat everyone else is a classic zombie tale. But it's a really fascinating lesson in the spread of diseases. And this movie by Max Book, or this book by Max Book, actually followed two Canadian mathematicians who mapped out what would happen in a zombie war. Could you ever win a zombie war? And the lessons around you can hide and you can run and hide, but you probably can't avoid are really important for us to understand in public health. So there's a mathematical model which looks at the relationship between people who are susceptible, people who don't have the virus, those people who are zombies, those people who are infected, and the people who are recovered. There's lots of different ways you can play it. I'm going to go for really simple models here. This is the model. This is time down the bottom. This is the population in hundreds of thousands. The blue line represents susceptible people, healthy people, and red line are the zombies, those people who are infected. And with no zombies, obviously we have everyone is susceptible. So we're in this situation. It's an equilibrium state, but it's not realistic. This is the frightening part in terms of what happens. One infection, one zombie that is infected, essentially within time will eradicate all susceptibles. The probability of outrunning the zombies or the virus is pretty much zero in this scenario. Everyone will become infected. And you can see what happens if we just change some of the parameters a little bit. This is what's called the latent infection. So this is what we have with COVID. There's a delay in terms of, you know, when you're infected and when you might show symptoms. The pattern is the same. I'm just showing you the patterns here, not the maths. Susceptibles drop off, and somewhere around this time point, there's a switch. Everyone eventually becomes a zombie. Here we can have an outbreak with quarantine. We can actually hide away. what happens? We can delay, the time moves, but the result is the same. We still all end up getting infected. This is what happens when you have a vaccine. The only way to win the zombie war is to have a cure. And if you have a cure, the time is the same. This is the quarantine plus the time, but you actually get some effect. It's a simple model. It doesn't talk about reinfections. It doesn't talk about the fact that you may recover as part of this. It talks about what we need to know as a lesson about success. And success in terms of a virus or the zombies is important because we have to learn to live with the fact that we can't outrun these pandemics or these viruses. So we talk about the value of buying time, which is the third lesson I have. The third lesson of buying time, you have to, what I call, play it forward. You can't think about buying time with what we know now. You have to think about buying time from when we first heard about this, somewhere around December, January of 2019, it started to emerge. We had no idea what it was. It was a virus. It was affecting people. Some of the things that worried me most were actually in Singapore. There was a church group in Singapore that were getting infected, and that looked like that was going to be the main outbreak, and the whole virus could spread from there. So you've got to play it forward. We don't know anything about this virus. What we do know is we have limited resources. So buying time is a really critical strategy to learn as part of this, because we only have limited healthcare capacity. And if we don't do anything, we're likely to inundate our healthcare systems. And I think that's what, I suspect that's what happened in many countries. And I suspect that's what happened in Indonesia as well. Although the case numbers were, there were periods in which healthcare was really hard to get. This is what we're trying to do with protective measures. We're trying to flatten the curve, as they say. And I know you understand, you probably have an understanding of that, but you've got to think about it from that success measure. We're not going to avoid this. We can run, we can hide, but we're going to have to face this at some stage. Lesson 4 is going to be related to everything is connected. And this goes to the heart of public health and what we've learned. So in public health, we have the social ecological model. It's a fundamental tenet of how we think about what is interconnected. So my individual decisions, the decisions I make as an individual, are related to my interpersonal relationships, my family, my friends, my social networks. Those are interrelated to all of the structures, the institutions that we have, the health, the government, the business, employment, housing, all the institutions that we set up have an influence. We also have a look at the community in terms of the relationship between how we act in part. And having just watched your opening ceremony, standing for the national anthem, and the way in which you engage is very different in terms of the culture and what you value. And some of the values we have in terms of how we care for each other as a society play out in terms of the decisions that we make as individuals. And then all the public policy, as health promoters and public health people, we focus a lot on public policy because we know that what we do upstream will affect midstream, all these decisions in the middle, and the individual. So you have to ground theoretically in the lessons learned around the social ecological model and how we think about why individuals make a choice. We also have history. So we don't have to just play it forward. We have lots of history. This is from the bubonic plague. These windows were put in place in largely France. They're actually wine windows. And they were to be able to continue serving wine to customers through a war without getting bubonic plague. There's also garments that were completely ineffective because they had no idea about viruses or bacteria or healthcare. In modern France under coronavirus, these windows came back into effect. This is the 1980, the Spanish flu, clearly the most common relation to the experience we have. All of this should look common. I've got lots of photos. I'm just going to fly through them in terms of the things that we did back then in 1918. We measured what was happening in terms of cases. Look familiar to what you're seeing every day on the news. We did lots of things about advertising. Don't sneeze, it spreads. So follow simple rules, cover your mouth, don't cough on people. This is in 1918. Influenza, it's more complicated than pneumonia. Go home until you get well. Quarantine. We knew these things back then. Close the schools, close the theatres. Like all the deaths, all the public health gatherings were being closed down. We even did research on masks back then. What was the effect of masks over time, and whether you should wear them or not? All the evidence was available. Back in the Spanish flu, there were also anti-mask meetings. So there were people who didn't want to wear masks. There were people being shot for wearing masks. There were people that just got tired of it. They just decided they'd had enough of being locked down and wearing masks, so they went out in the public, and you had an even greater wave of influenza. And look, mapping deaths across US cities. Actually, this is against when they started to take action. So Milwaukee started to lock down very early, Philadelphia not at all. And you can sort of see, we had all this data available. So I took some photos from Indonesia. You know, this is modern time in terms of what was happening. I don't want to judge what's happening here, but, you know, being compliant and lining up is all really important. Lots of information around what was happening in terms of passengers wearing masks, trying to get people to take vaccines, all were relevant, you know, even in Indonesia, going out and advertising to get masks and convince people to wear masks. And then it started, right? Then there was this wave of, you know, masks are a horrible thing. You know, this is all US stuff, which was really the extreme in some ways about, you know, what was happening in terms of mask wearing. But it wasn't just related. There were protests all over the world about why people, you know, don't want to be locked down. We've got this balance between the virus and its effect, whether it's valuable, the balance between the economy. The lockdown is killing us more. This is in Australia. This is in France. Lots of lockdown processes. All these things that we know work, and yet people, even in 2020, were not doing these things. So it brings me, you have to wonder, why are people who I think are rational making irrational decisions? Why don't they want to behave? Well, are they making irrational decisions? And are we, who have a public health bent, asking people to do things differently? So the one thing I would say is, don't confuse. One of the lessons is, don't confuse education with intelligence. I think that, if you look at a normal distribution of intelligence, there is the large majority of people are clever enough to work out what's going on and to make sense of information that's presented to them. But we probably have an issue with education, people understanding what it is, basic science, what it is that you need to understand to make decisions about what is a simple risk, what is a simple probability of being able to understand. So I think we have to be careful about people making decisions based upon what they can interpret and how they interpret on their education, rather than whether they are clever. If you have ever engaged, and I'm sure given our backgrounds you have, in debates with people about mask wearing and public health and coronavirus, I'm sure, like me, many of the people that you encounter are quite rational. They're quite clever in terms of compiling their arguments together, but they just don't necessarily have the scientific or education background to understand. And this was a study done early in Australia. 92% of Australians don't know the difference between a virus and a bacteria. I always start my conversations asking people to help me understand that. And then I ask them to help me understand how that immune system works, because that's really complicated. So there's a really interesting thing in terms of what people understand and how they make decisions. So when judging people about protesting or things like that, we have to be careful that we're not judging, what is a rational decision to us, and that rational people can make decisions that we might see as irrational. Lesson 6, prevention's hard to sell. We know this. It's what most of us do for a living. This figure shows, new cases, time, with business as usual. We know this is going to happen. We know we're flattening the curve. But what we see happening is that once efforts start to work, people react differently. They start to see that, oh, well, it wasn't that bad. Why am I doing all of these things? It's not as bad as what everyone keeps telling me, because they see the effect of the efforts, not what would have happened with business as usual. It's a really hard message to sell. It's hard in a public health perspective. So, we have what we call the prevention paradox. The prevention paradox helps us understand why people make some of these decisions and what we might need to think about in terms of public health. The prevention paradox was really described by Jeffrey Rose, who was looking at high blood pressure and tried to understand whether you should focus on people with high blood pressure or whether you should try and get everyone to lower their blood pressure a small amount. What's the best way? The prevention paradox is really, it's a paradox. There's no right or wrong answer. We try and think from public health whether we should focus on this group here or whether we should move the high curve. And for most of you who have been trained traditionally, I'm sure you're familiar with, we're going to have a population health approach. The challenge we had with coronavirus and the lesson is that there's a second paradox in the prevention paradox, and that is best illustrated to me with this picture. Hopefully, many of you used active transport. For those of you that drive in a car, hopefully you put on a seatbelt every time. In Australia, it's mandated. Hopefully, you never need to use the seatbelt. But I've made you perform a behavior which you never needed to use. If you never needed the seatbelt, you should challenge me on whether you needed to ever wear a seatbelt. The prevention paradox is important, but the second prevention is, do I need to wear a mask? Do I need to hide if I don't actually feel that I need it? It's a big challenge for us in public health and health promotion. A follow-up is it won't happen to me. My seventh lesson for you. You know, this simple thing, you know, do something about climate change. What are you looking at? Someone, you know, who's actually going to take it? We call it the ecological fallacy. And this was, I took this a week ago of the weather in Semarang, just to illustrate what the ecological fallacy is. I didn't get one today. But essentially, this is the weather, right? So it might rain, it says it's going to rain. The challenge we have is it going to rain on us? So do I take an umbrella or do I not take an umbrella? And the ecological fallacy describes that we aggregate lots of data, but how does that affect me individually? You know, so a lot of the work that we do is ecological studies. We take observational data, we group it up to the population level. And then we make, you know, on average, this is going to happen. And the ecological fallacy is that, well, it's not going to happen to me. It might happen to other people, but it's not actually affecting me. It's not going to rain on me. And there's a lesson there about how people interpret data and understand whether they feel at risk. And then there's the aggregation fallacy, which is, well, we take an individual and because it happened to them, it doesn't mean it's going to happen to everyone. So when we think about, you know, the response to COVID, this is really important to think about from a public health perspective. Lesson 8, don't tell me what's good for me. Really classic health education. This is what's good for people. We have data on what happens if we buy time. This is evidence of effectiveness across the world. Gatherings of limiting to 1,000, 110. Look at the effect, 35% to, you know, somewhere between 35 and 50% effect. The smaller numbers, we know that. We know from a public health perspective that if we can reduce the contact, we will slow the spread. Won't prevent it, I've shown you the zombie war, but we know what happens. So we know these things are happening. But what we have to be careful about is persuasion versus coercion. You know, how much can we persuade people to take their behavior versus how much do we just coerce them into doing it? And some of the effects that we saw and the lessons learned are this balance between manipulating people versus persuading them to do it. You know, in manipulation, we're just telling you what's good, what to do. We're purposefully locking you into your home and keeping you there. We're closing businesses. These are coercive behaviors. They're not persuading you to do things. And we know very well what happens in the difference between these things. So when you're influencing, typically coercion and manipulation, just doing things to people, is considered unethical. There is a caveat, you know, if it's paternalistic, you know, if we just tell you what to do to improve your health, which is where we were in terms of COVID. You've got to play it forward, remember? You've got to know, governments didn't know what was happening. They didn't know how many people were going to die, how much resources they were going to have to. But ethically, persuasion is important. Hopefully this will play for you. That's an American ad persuading people to behave. You know, we can unpack that quite a lot in terms of, you know, how the Americans promoted their thing. Behavior change, just very quickly, behavior change. I know people can behavior change because mobile phones and online conferences have demonstrated to me that we can do things differently. We also have to tie ourselves to theory. You know, this is the theory of the health belief model, which looks at, you know, whether how severe I think something is, how motivated I'm going to be to change, and what's the risk to me? How much damage is this going to be, to look at the action that's related. So we can look at different types of theoretical models. This is the Australian version of how to scare people into behaving. It's a very old model. That's a really different model in terms of trying to persuade people to behave. That's frightening, but it's theoretically based. It's based upon making people really scared, whereas the American model is making people think about what they do. Oops, sorry. Please don't let me misalign people. We've been incredibly successful as a global population of getting people vaccinated. So while there are lessons learned, look at this. This green represents number of at least one shot of a vaccine. It is miraculous that we've got this far. Indonesia, the figures that I can pull out, high levels of vaccination across the country. These are really good results. Lesson 9, almost up to my mystery 10th lesson. Lesson 9 is everyone is important in a global pandemic response. You know, we need to act together. I wanted to point out just one really key part of this is that there are always unintended consequences to the actions that we take. And in this particular scenario, in Australia in particular and around the world, locking people in the house was beneficial for COVID, but actually it increased the rate of domestic violence. So there was lots of challenges in terms of the unintended consequences of putting people in a house, locking them in, and not allowing them to escape. Everyone is important and all things need to be considered. This is a really nice, you know, sort of slide that relates to, you know, community metrics, community actions, you know, the coverage that we have and how we can think about the lessons learned about everyone being important. You know, vaccine activities, we've got vaccines, how you do outreach campaigns, distribution, how you persuade people. Whether you look at the local metrics, making sure that we look at, you know, wastewater surveillance is now, you know, really common in terms of where COVID is spreading. Getting data correct, making sure it is available, allowing people to make individual decisions based upon that social ecological model of having things in place. My final and 10th lesson is really one that I want you to take away for this conference really, which is that everything that I've shared with you, at least in my interpretation of my first 9 lessons, apply to every modifiable health behavior that we try and deal with on a daily basis. COVID is the acute impact of playing this out in a 2-year period, but smoking, road trauma, cancer, physical inactivity represent far greater impacts on health and mortality to our populations than COVID has. So everything that we've learned about these 9 lessons, I hope that you will reflect over the coming part of your conference and think about how do these apply to all of the modifiable health behaviors, because at least from my reflection, they're very relevant, and hopefully that will help you start the conversation about what we've learned in this pandemic versus how we translate that. So thank you very much. Thought that was many slides with lots of photos. Thank you. I have a question in the, am I able to just keep answering questions? There's a question, thank you,
Now
around...
we are going to proceed to the question and answer session. So we already have several questions. However, because due to the limitation of time, we only choose 2 questions. So, Professor, the first question is it possible for COVID-19 to be 0 cases in worldwide? Is it okay if I continue to the second question?
What was I missed the last part of that first question. Sorry, Billy, please repeat the question.
Okay, sorry. The first question, I will replay. Is it possible for COVID-19 to be 0 cases in the worldwide?
Okay, you can go to the second one.
Okay.
Or do you want me to answer that one first?
Okay, I will continue with the second question. Is it okay, or do you want to answer the first question first?
Let me answer the first question. I think that in the presentation I showed the cases in terms of you know, the scenario with the zombies and the probability. I think it's going to be very challenging for there to be 0 cases of COVID. It is, I think, more likely to become endemic. However, I think our understanding of how to manage it, you know, continues to improve. But as I said originally, I still think we're in the middle of COVID. We may have come through some parts of it, but there's still possibilities for things to change. So at this stage, I don't think there's much chance in the short term of 0 cases.
Okay. I think we have a question in a chat room.
I think I answered that question, Billy.
Okay. So I will read again for the second question that is coming from Professor Herianto. Thank you for the presentation, Professor Rosenberg. Our experience in dealing with COVID-19 pandemic has been frightening. We are very worried that new viruses will appear that will threaten our lives. Based on experience of previous pandemic, how many years will it take for this COVID-19 pandemic to become endemic like influenza? 2 years have been very frightening in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Professor Rosenberg, do you think how many years that it will take for this COVID-19 pandemic become an endemic like influenza?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult thing to answer. I will also reflect on COVID-19 has been frightening. It's been frightening, you know, in so many ways. In particular, I would suggest in our readiness. The reason I showed many of those historical photos was how much we knew about, you know, the 1918 Spanish flu and how we thought we were prepared. I was also reflecting on another lesson, which was, it would appear, at least from the experience that I've read in particular, that you know, part of the response has to be at the local level. You know, actually having more on-ground public health officers being able to make decisions about how to react locally. In terms of the endemic nature of COVID, I think many of us are hoping for that. I'm not sure that there's evidence that it has moved into an endemic stage yet. As I said, it still seems to be, you know, evolving in itself. So I'm not quite sure. I couldn't predict how many years. I can say that from what I've seen, it's certainly not there yet.
Okay. So we will go to the last question before we end this keynote speech. do you think how to deal with people who don't believe in COVID-19 at all? Because we understand that in this whole situation, there are several people who don't really believe that COVID-19 is the real deal. So do you think how to deal with that kind of people?
It's a great question, and in part that was largely how I approached putting my presentation together, was with the idea that, you know, we have to look at COVID from the lens, you know, of that public health approach in particular, thinking about it from a political and economic view. There are clearly always going to be people who don't want to behave because they're told. There are people, as I mentioned, who are going to misinterpret what is available. In part, it starts from that trust in the data, which is where I started. You know, instilling trust in both data and institutions is really important. I think that there are different phases in relation to how we dealt with COVID-19 and how we're still dealing with COVID-19. That play it forward in terms of, you know, locking people up, forcing people to wear masks, closing businesses, you know, without really knowing what the effect was, you know, is really challenging. It's clear that those people who are not willing or likely to engage in being part of the broader community are small. It's relatively a small number. When you look at the figures in relation to vaccination rates and compliance, it's really high. You know, in most countries, a large proportion of people were compliant and were caring of their fellow citizens. The challenge of those people who don't, because they are important, is about how we approach, from at least my perspective, that public health from top-down social ecological approach to making sure that, you know, those policies are in place and explained all the way down to providing as much support for individual decision. But I suspect there's no way in the way in which we have constructed our societies that compliance can be complete. And that's where the prevention paradox comes into play. Do we focus our attention on trying to get the small number of people, that small proportion who don't want to engage in the large prevention, or do we focus on everyone in terms of trying to get the large majority of people to move less so that we can buy time and we can manage our systems? And ultimately, I think that's what has played out in 1918 and 2020 and is likely to play out. My final comment would be that it's the same with all of our health issues. You know, physical inactivity is a big burden. Getting more people physically active has knock-on effects in terms of, you know, how we use our health resources and who gets sick. Not everyone wants to be physically active. It's the same scenario. Do we focus our attention solely on those people who are completely inactive and don't want to, or do we try and get more people physically active at the large part of the population? So hopefully from that question, we don't know. There's another, isn't?
I think that's all the questions.
Yes.
Because yeah, we
The
have
last
only
question
very
is,
short
what's it
limited
like in
time.
Australia? It's similar. There are a group of people who are anti-vaccination and they don't want to get the vaccine. We've found that for those people who are in hospital from COVID, even though it's less than 5%, 50% of those people in hospital are non-vaccinated. Australian government continues to try and persuade people to get vaccinated. We had mandated laws in terms of work where you couldn't turn up to health as a health worker without being fully vaccinated. You couldn't work in aged care. But those have now been released and relieved. I'm probably out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Michael Rosenberg. And this is the end of keynote speech from Professor Michael Rosenberg. I would like to say thank you very much for all this knowledge and your sharing for about the COVID-19 and how we can deal with it. And because in Indonesia right now, it's Actually, we already almost facing the endemic situation due to the government can control all the COVID-19 issue and many things. Although there are several new cases from the new viruses. Hopefully it will get better soon, and also in Australia.
Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main program, the plenary session. This plenary session will be led by our moderator, who got his master's degree from University of Taipei, Republic of China, with expertise in exercise biochemistry, sports nutrition, and right now and currently, he is working as the Secretary of Department of Sports Science in Faculty of Sports Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang. So, please welcome our moderator of the day, Assistant Professor Muhammad Arif Ali, SSI, MSc.
Well, thank you, Billy. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, it's clear,
Okay.
Mr. Ali.
So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as Billy introduced myself, my name is Ali, and I am a lecturer at the Faculty of Sports Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang, and I will be your moderator for plenary session today. Before I begin, let me read the rule for participants. So the rule number 1, please turn on your camera and turn off your microphone. Please behave appropriately during the webinar. And also please change your username on Zoom with name and institution. And rule number 4, question can be asked by chat menu. And the rule number 5, in the end of the webinar, you should pay the attention. It will be informed the URL or the link of the attendance form of the 6th ISPHE for issuing the e-certificate. So stay tuned on the Zoom and YouTube. And the last, the URL link is open for only 16 minutes after the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, any voluntary bodily movement produced by skeletal muscles that require energy expenditure is well known as the definition of physical activity. In modern day, physical activity become part of daily needs to stay healthy at the best level everyone could reach. Once COVID-19 hits our planet, it affects many sectors of life, starting from health sector itself, economy, social, and also education sector. Physical educator, the adaptability has been challenged during the pandemic era. Trial and error have become their activity to find the best appropriate methods to educate people how physical activity play important role in our health. Because I think all of us do agree that if we would like to change the world, then education is the best key that we can use for. COVID-19 pandemic have taught us a lot of things, and no one can guarantee that it is the last. Perhaps there will be an outbreak pandemic disease in the future. Therefore, strengthening health system resilience against the threat of pandemic in the future must be conducted from today. Well, I believe through lectures about the future about adaptive physical activity and post-pandemic recovery for physical education, and also strengthening health system resilience against the threat of pandemic in the future, we could earn vital messages from our outstanding speaker. Now, I would like to introduce our invited speaker to all of you. We do have Professor David Lake, PhD. He's going to talk about the future of adaptive physical activity. And also we have Dr. Chanlit Kunsazon. He's going to talk about the post-pandemic recovery for physical education. And the last, our invited speaker is Assistant Professor Sri Ratna Rahayu, Medical Doctor, PhD, and she's going to talk about the strengthening health system resilience against the threat of pandemic in the new era. Now it's time to us to follow, to listen and to note the parallel presentation in this plenary session from our invited speaker. And I would like to notice that each speaker has 30 minutes to present, and question and answer session will be held afterwards. For the first opportunity, I would like to give this time to Professor David Lake, PhD. Hello, Professor David. Could you hear me? Yeah, it's clear enough. You have 30 minutes to present, and starting from now, the Zoom is yours, Professor David.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation to speak, and we'll load up my slide deck right now. Are you able to see my slides?
Yes.
Wonderful. So thank you again for the kind invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be joining you, and I enjoyed Dr. Rosenberg's presentation prior to mine, and a couple of the things that he mentioned I will build upon. And we're here today to talk about public health and education and the pandemic and how we're going to respond to it. And I'm going to focus my presentation on sport for all, and in particular on individuals with an impairment, individuals with a disability. I'm speaking to you tonight from Canada. I am in the western part of Canada in a city called Calgary, and actually on Friday we will be celebrating Canada Day, which is our national holiday. And then in a week from now in Calgary, we will be celebrating what's called the Calgary Stampede. And the picture in the bottom right-hand corner is a picture of what will take place. And so this is in North America anyways, a very famous rodeo that starts. And so next Friday, everyone in Calgary will be dressing up as cowboys and celebrating the Western heritage. So the image in the top middle shows where Canada is. We're right above the United States. Canada is a massive country. We have 6 time zones in our country going from west to east. And so it's a significantly large country, I think the second largest in the world. So I'm joining you today from Canada. And what has become traditional in Canada is to acknowledge the land that we speak to you from. We're a country that colonized Indigenous peoples. And so I'm actually speaking to you today from what's referred to as the Treaty 6 lands. And the Aboriginal individuals who were here prior to colonization included groups such as the Stoney Nakoda, the Bears Paws, Siksika, and groups such as that. So we acknowledge the territory that we're now finding ourselves on today. As far as a professional background goes and what I'll be speaking to you from today, insofar as the experiences I have, so I'm a professor at Mount Royal University, and I teach in the Department of Health and Physical Education, primarily in adapted physical activity. I'm the past president of the Canadian Paralympic Committee and have attended 7 different Paralympic Games in a variety of capacities. I'm on the board of ISPHE, the International Council of Sports Science Physical Education. I'm the chair of what's called the Calgary Adapted Hub, which is a local organization in Calgary that provides opportunities for adapted physical activity. And then lastly, I'm the president of what's called IFAPA, which is the International Federation of Adapted Physical Activity. And what I'll be speaking about primarily today is, again, adapting physical activity for individuals with an impairment. So as I mentioned, I'm going to be speaking from the Sport for All perspective, and in particular as it relates to individuals with impairment, individuals experiencing disability. And I'm going to talk about the current status. The data that we have, not unlike what Dr. Rosenberg talked about, is somewhat debatable and I would say perhaps imperfect in its accuracy, and I'll reflect on that. I am going to talk about some social trends, including the pandemic, and how that's going to impact the future of adapted physical activity. And I would actually argue that the pandemic is going to lead to some very positive changes in sport for all, and in particular individuals with impairments. I will, however, note some potential unintended consequences of the changes and the social trends that are occurring presently, and how that could negatively impact individuals with impairment and disability. And then lastly, I'll finish with a positioning for a better future for including individuals with disability in sport, physical activity, recreation, physical education, etc. So the realities of participation. The evidence suggests that those with impairments, individuals with disability, are participating less than those who are able-bodied. Now, evidence also suggests that those who are able-bodied are not participating as much as they should either. And so it's not like individuals, particularly children, are being much more physically active than those with impairments or disabilities. However, across the board and on a global scale, those with impairments are participating significantly less than those who do not have a disability. And this is by any metric that you care to choose from. The example that I have on the slide, Case et al., is an American context, and then Cardy et al., Catherine Cardy, who's with UNESCO based out of Ireland, is looking at it from a European context. Any metric that I have come across that's measuring the amount of physical activity that's taking place on any measurement that you choose, whether it's daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, is less than those who are able-bodied. So the realities is that individuals with disabilities are participating in sport, physical activity, recreation, less than those who are able-bodied. And so then the question becomes, well, why is that? The literature is quite clear that there are a number of potential barriers, and I've listed some examples of academics who have identified the various barriers. They will range depending on the context, the geography, the socio-political situation. And so the barriers that are faced by individuals in your country may be slightly different than the barriers that are faced in mine. And so, for instance, one perhaps might be snow removal. And so where I live, we have a great deal of snow that falls in the winter. And one of the barriers for people participating is the inability to get outside their homes. And if they have mobility impairments, the ability to get from their home perhaps to a facility to participate in sport recreation, the barrier is the inability to perhaps get access to wheelchair accessible ramps because of the snow. So again, that's in a Canadian context, perhaps somewhat different than ones that you face. But some of the common barriers are lack of well-trained instructors. And so if I'm an individual who has an impairment, I want to go to a fitness center, I want to participate in a local community recreation organization, the trainers, the coaches they're just not appropriately trained, and they don't have the requisite knowledge in order to accommodate, make me feel that I belong and welcomed in the organization. The individual, or like the organizations themselves and those leaders, perhaps have a fear and even maybe a concern over liability. I don't know, if someone with Down syndrome were to come to my organization, I'm not overly familiar perhaps with the physiology or the biology, and therefore there's a possibility that they may get hurt or injured under my care. I don't feel comfortable running programs with them participating, therefore, because I don't want to be held liable. I don't want to be complicit if they do get injured. And so again, there's that fear and liability. With the exception of large urban centers, particularly in rural areas, there just are a lack of programs that are available in either segregated or inclusive manners. And so the breadth of programming that takes place in the smaller locales is just not there that you find in the larger urban centers. There's an increased cost for individuals with disabilities to participate in sport, physical activity, and recreation, whether that's because of equipment, other issues such as access to transportation, so having to pay for additional transportation needs, whether it's having to pay for additional support needs from coaches or individuals. But the reality is that there is a higher cost for participating in sport and recreation for individuals with impairment than those who are able-bodied. And lastly, there's this issue about the anxiety of inclusion. And so parents are often, although not always, somewhat concerned about having their child participate in a bit more traditional able-bodied context if their child themselves has a disability, and they're worried about them being picked on, they're worried about them being ostracized, they're worried about them being shunned. And so there's parental concern about having their children participate in physical activity situations that are inclusive in their model. So we've looked at the realities, we've looked at the barriers to participation that certainly are connected to those realities. Well, what I wanted to spend the rest of the presentation looking at now are what are some of the changes that I'm viewing that are happening that could alleviate some of these barriers and actually lead to greater participation and greater opportunities and a greater sense of belonging for individuals with impairment and disability in sport, physical activity, and recreation. And I've divided them into four. And so one is a focus on inclusion at the broadest sense. Number two is an increasing focus on universal design from an architectural perspective, whether it's so more specifically to kind of physical places. Number three is a term that's been called handy capitalism. So a focus on the economics that relate to including individuals with impairment and disability. And the fourth is a recognition of the changes in sport and how sport is being managed and led on a global perspective. So now I'll go through all four of those, and what I'll try and do is tie them together and help us recognize that perhaps there is a brighter future for the participation of individuals with disabilities from a sport for all perspective. So number one, inclusion. I have not been to your country, so I can't speak from personal experience on traveling and in throughout Southeast Asia. I have traveled and lived in Australia. I've traveled in China and in Korea and Japan, but not in Southeast Asia. So I can't speak from personal experience there. However, I would argue that on a global scale, there's an increasing focus and attention towards these ideas of inclusion, equity, diversity, and then as to the image on the top left, focusing on justice. So this idea of, for those of you who may be Star Wars fans, this idea of being a Jedi, and then trying to encourage, your communities to focus on justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And so you're seeing this happen, and again, from a North American context, you're seeing it focus on gender equity, certainly on equity as it relates to sexual orientation. LGBTQS plus issues are at the forefront. So many cities in a North American context just celebrated their Pride Days on the weekend, and it's actually Pride Month here in Canada as well. So focusing on issues from a marginalized population perspective on the LGBTQS plus perspective. In Canada, as I alluded to right at the start of my presentation, awareness and understanding of our Indigenous populations, the Aboriginal First Nations peoples, and this idea of decolonization and indigenizing, for instance, our curriculums on campus is at the forefront of many of our conversations. And then certainly, and I would say primarily from a US-based context, this idea of racial discrimination. And that has really come to the forefront. And I would argue through sport in particular for the last couple of years. What I find interesting, and I included an image in the middle of my slide there, the woman who is in that picture is the head coach of our Canadian women's basketball team. And you'll notice on her t-shirt, it says more women's, Black, Latinx, Indigenous, Asian, LGBTQ+, and it's leaders in sport. But what is conspicuous by its absence is the lack of the word disability or impairment. And so within the equity, diversity, inclusion conversation, I would argue that disability is being somewhat overlooked and forgotten. The image on the right-hand side of the slide, the red the red image on Principle 6, which is from the International Olympic Committee, again, looks at non-discrimination through sport, and it lists many different avenues of where non-discrimination cannot take place, but it does not explicitly state disability. And we're trying to push that agenda. We're trying to encourage groups like the International Olympic Committee to explicitly state disability, in addition to the others that they've already identified. And again, we're not trying to say that we should not focus on equity issues related to women or Indigenous or Asian individuals, but what we are saying is that we would like disability to be explicitly recognized as well. And that is happening slowly. And I would say that as a social movement is going to enable persons with disability to be able to participate more in sport and recreation. The second is universal design. I won't show this video. I have included the link to it, and it's certainly something that you can watch on your own. From a North American context, we benefit, I guess, in part because many of the buildings where I live are still new. And so Calgary, as a metropolitan area, which is, just slightly over 1 million people, has really only grown probably the last 40 or 50 years. And so we don't have a lot of old buildings that would be considered inaccessible. And many of the ones that are being built today are being built by a universal design standard. And so any new build, any retrofitting, I would say for the most part is certainly making an attempt, an effort to recognize that it needs to be accessible for all individuals. And this one particular video that I've shared with you that you can look up on your own time is from a group in New York City that was trying to design the perfectly accessible washroom. And so they started off looking at it from the perspective of trying to incorporate people who were transgender into a public washroom. But they actually then took it to the next level, and they tried to create a washroom that was accessible to both genders, anyone from the gender orientation, persons with impairment, age, height. They went down the list of all the different kind of variables that they could consider, and they came up with what they've defined as the perfect bathroom in a public context that would be accessible to all people. I would say that that is also going to lead towards the opportunities for individuals coming out of the pandemic that have a disability to participate more equitably and equally in sport and recreation. The third major trend and theme that I'm seeing that's taking place is what's referred to as handicapitalism. And so it's building off of the word handicap, which is a term that is not used, I would say, certainly in a North American context very much anymore, in part because of the history of the word, meaning cap in hand. And so people who had impairments were beggars with the cap out, trying to get people to donate money to them. So this idea of charity and pity. But this idea of handicapitalism is an interesting one in that disability is now being seen as possibly a population that has been overlooked to a company's peril, in that it's a group that could provide economic benefit. And so the examples that I've shown in the images there, so Barbie, which is a doll maker from Mattel, is now creating dolls that are reflective of all individuals, including those with impairments. Now, you could make the argument that the shape of the Barbie doll is not very reflective of the typical shape of women. However, nonetheless, they are making efforts to reflect the diversity of the populations that they're trying to sell their dolls to. The other examples that I have in the middle, the Dove soap, and on the far right, the Cliff Bar, which is an energy bar, are simply showing individuals who are using wheelchairs to demonstrate the types of people that perhaps might use the soap or eat the energy bar. And then the other picture that's in the middle is an example of a Lego figurine. So again, a toy. And in this particular instance, they have, instead of the leg that would be the traditional leg that they would have in the Lego figurine, it's in the shape of a prosthetic. And so it's, again, just being reflective of the diversity of people that might want to buy this toy. And I would say that that's important for children, for individuals, that they can see themselves in the products that they purchase. And so this idea of handicapitalism, if I am respectful, if I have an impairment myself, a member of my family does, or I simply just want to respect and support organizations that are doing so, then Dove soap or Cliff Bar is my choice when I have a variety of options available to me. And so this idea of handy-capitalism, I think, is really going to become the force that encourages individuals to become more inclusive in their thinking. You're also seeing this happen on a global scale from a corporate perspective. I will try and show this video. I'm never quite sure if these videos are going to work in an online format, but I'll begin, and if it doesn't seem to work well, I'll perhaps pull it out and you can use the YouTube link to watch it on your own.
Today is the day to take a step, take a stand, take that giant leap. There's something impossible out there waiting for you. And it's telling you you can't, but still you try. Which is why we have a vision. To make movement better for everyone. To give everyone the same chance and the same hope to be their very best. Movement is a human right. It's something we all deserve. Whether we're taking our first steps or our victory laps. Because when we're free to move, anything is possible.
So in that last commercial that I showed from the Toyota perspective, again, Toyota is presenting itself as a movement company. They didn't show any of their Toyota vehicles. And when you have a choice as a consumer to buy a Toyota in a North American context, a General Motors, a Ford, a Mercedes, or whatever the vehicle choice is that you have available to you. In many respects, they're all fairly similar. If you're going to buy, a minivan, one minivan is similar to the next, to the next, to the next. So why do you choose to buy one from Toyota versus Honda as an example? And so what Toyota is trying to do is to suggest and recognize that it understands its audience, it understands the diversity of people that want to purchase their vehicle. And I think they're trying to make the argument that if we can understand how to enable people with disabilities to move and to use our technology, then the able-bodied population we can figure out fairly easily. And you're starting to see this happen more often. The next commercial that I want to show you is from P&G, Procter & Gamble, which is, again, a global conglomerate that produces lots of different soaps and diapers and other things such as that. And this commercial, and many argue that this is one of the greatest marketing ploys of all time, is that they're the official sponsors of mums. Which, I mean, it's how do you get much higher than that? And I'm not really quite sure who they asked to get permission to be the official sponsor of mums. What I have noticed as well is that nobody has lined up to be the official sponsor of dads, which is perhaps a bit concerning to me. But this commercial, again, is related to the Sochi Paralympic Games in 2014, and it's showing the connection between mums and their children with disabilities and then participating in sport. And you're seeing more and more of this happening. I would have said 10 years ago, you would very rarely have seen individuals with disabilities in commercials, and certainly on, the types of medias that we consume on a daily basis. But the fact that Coda, for instance, which won the Academy Award for the best picture in the last year, focused on individuals who were deaf, I think that's another example of where you're seeing people with disability enter into the kind of the community and the regular discourse that takes place on a day-to-day basis. So just allow me to show this quick commercial.
You could have protected me. You could have taken every hit. You could have turned the world upside down so that I would never feel pain. But you didn't. You gave me my freedom because you were strong. And now, so am I.
P&G, proud sponsor of moms.
So the next slide actually includes a picture of my mom, and where I'm looking at handicapitalism, but this time from a customer perspective. And I've decided to share the picture of my mom in part because my father had a disability. So my father had multiple sclerosis. He's since passed away. He was in a wheelchair and was, for the most part, immobile. But what I do recall is where if we decided to go out for dinner as a family of four, so I have a sister, we chose a restaurant that was accessible. And so this idea of not encouraging all of your customers to come into your place of business, I think companies are recognizing the difficulties and the challenges of that in an extremely competitive marketplace, particularly as they come out of COVID. And so companies are thinking, how can we get a segment of the population that perhaps has gone overlooked? This has been referred to also in a North American context as the silver tsunami. And so this idea of older individuals, and so our population demographic is older, and is this bubble of old individuals is this idea of a silver tsunami. And so companies are not accessible. They don't look at opportunities for allowing people with impairments to access their stores, the restaurants, what have you. They will suffer financially. The next link that I have there is called We the 15. And this is the 15 refers to 15%. And so the argument is that the world's population, 15% of it does in fact have a disability. And so again, has been nominally overlooked and not necessarily served or served well. And therefore from a customer perspective is a huge growth opportunity. The next link is the Valuable 500. And this is a new group that's just been created in the last year of 500 of the largest Fortune 500 companies. And they are making a commitment to invest in other companies and to support other companies that are inclusive in their mindset. And then the last link that I've shared with you there is an article from the BBC out of the United Kingdom, where it's just, again, it's just one of many articles that are recognizing that firms that do not sell to customers who have disabilities are missing out on billions of dollars. This idea of handicapitalism then also plays a role in staffing. And so organizations in a Canadian context, this idea of finding enough staff coming out of COVID is very challenging. And so there's a labor shortage. And so people are very much looking for those to work in companies. And global companies such as McKinsey, Deloitte, Accenture, the World Economic Forum are all suggesting that perhaps individuals with disabilities are an answer to that and have been overlooked for far too long. And if nothing else, the pandemic has taught us that you don't necessarily have to, well, even this opportunity here where I'm speaking to you, I didn't need to travel to your locale in order to participate in this conference. And COVID taught us that. Prior to COVID, people would have thought that, oh, an individual with a disability, their impairment is precluding them from coming downtown, to coming to our store, to coming to our place of work. And so therefore they can't enter into the workplace community. COVID has told us that that's not the case. And so COVID has actually, I think, been quite beneficial for individuals with disabilities insofar as demonstrating their ability to participate in the workforce. Another example of handicapitalism is looking also at staffing. And these are just two examples from a Canadian context. And so the Globe and Mail is our national newspaper, and the Canadian Broadcasting Company is one of our national television media companies. And in both cases, they have recognized that hiring individuals with a disability makes economic sense. So it's not through pity, it's not through just being nice and kind. There's actually economic benefit. And I would argue too that this mindset shift, this change, is going to enable people with disabilities to be included more into society, and then specifically into sport and recreation. The one example that I have that I've shared with you at the top there is based off of a coffee and donut shop in Canada that's quite popular called Tim Hortons. And the one store in particular has hired individuals with intellectual disabilities to be the front of line staff. So those that are serving the coffee, those that are getting the donuts and the muffins, et cetera, et cetera. Their profit margins are significantly higher than all of the other exemplars, Tim Hortons, in and around their surrounding area. And the only reasoning that they can come up with as to why that's the case is because of the employees. They don't leave work early. They work hard. They don't have absenteeism. Customers love coming to the store and interacting with them. And so again, the companies are recognizing the potential economic benefits of hiring individuals with disabilities. And then the last social trend is sport. And you're seeing both locally, nationally in Canada and globally, this move towards a more inclusive mindset. So the Canada Games, which will be starting in a couple of weeks' time near Niagara Falls, include athletes who are able-bodied, Special Olympians, so those with intellectual disability, and also Paralympic athletes, those with a physical disability. They don't compete against each other, but in a track and field event, they would have an able-bodied race, a race for athletes with an intellectual disability, a race for athletes with a visual impairment or a mobility disability. And you're seeing this happen in various levels. The Olympic and Paralympic Games are continually merging closer and closer together. And I think over time, you'll eventually see them merge completely. The most recent update to the agreement between the IOC and the IPC now includes the marketing of the Games. So the International Olympic Committee is now responsible fully for the marketing of the Paralympic Games. So the next Games, for instance, coming up in Paris in 2024, the IOC will be in charge of all of the marketing agreements with global partners, as well as the marketing of the Games themselves. I think the IOC is doing that because they recognize the potential benefit of connecting themselves with a disability context. The Commonwealth Games, which are for the British Commonwealth, those next games will be taking place in Birmingham, United Kingdom this summer, are again fully inclusive. They have 5 events for athletes with a disability just within the Games model. And then the last example that I have there is the acronym of the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee. So it's one organization. In Canada, as I mentioned earlier, I'm the past president of the Canadian Paralympic Committee. We have not gone to a merged format like that, but many countries are going more towards that. And I would think there's about 7 or 8 countries that have now formally gone to an Olympic and Paralympic Committee housed under the same umbrella. So those are the 4 social trends that I'm saying are leading to greater inclusion, greater connectivity, and a greater sense of belonging for individuals with disability that ultimately will then lead to better public health, better education opportunities, and inclusion for individuals with disability. But the caveat to all of this and the potential unintended consequence is this idea of treating people equally, but not equitably. And just a couple of examples of what I'm trying to suggest by this. So just because you want to include people and you want to be fair, but you can't ask people to do the same thing. And so the example here of having a test to climb a tree, the different individuals that are being asked to participate in this test are not being treated fairly. They're not all able to accomplish the activity. The other example that I have here is the difference between equality and equity. And I'm using an image of 3 individuals trying to watch a baseball game, which I recognize as a North American
Professor David, excuse me. 2 minutes left.
Perfect. I'm great. And then the third example is from cycling. And so again, that difference between equality and equity. And so it's, 4 individuals who want to use a bicycle. On the top, from an equality perspective, the same bike is being given to all 4 individuals. but that's not fair. From an equitable perspective, all 4 individuals would be allowed opportunities to cycle, but in their own context. So second to last slide are our next steps, the calls to action. So number 1 is recognizing this idea of ableism. And so as an able-bodied individual myself, I constantly have to check my assumptions as to how I view the world, and I myself don't have lived experience as an individual with a disability, which then leads to that next step, this nothing about us without us. And so as we move forward, coming out of a post-pandemic world, although I realize we're not there 100% yet, and as we're looking at public health and education opportunities for individuals with disabilities, we need to ensure as much as possible that we're including individuals with lived experience with disability in the decision-making. And then the last point is really positioning it as positive. So it's not done for pity. It's not done simply because of an overarching kindness. There's benefits that can be accrued for the many various levels of society, and economics is one example that I shared with you earlier. So thank you for your time. Thank you for asking me to participate. And I will just simply share my contact details below, and I'm certainly happy to engage and to participate in a conversation with others as we move forward. And I'm very appreciative and grateful for this opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Professor David. I do believe me and the other audience get the full information from your speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after we follow the presentation about the future of adaptive physical activity by Professor David, now we are going to our second invited speaker. He is going to talk about the post-pandemic recovery for physical education. That's in the previously I said that education is the best tools to change the world. So our second invited speaker is Dr. Chen Litkun Zazon. Dr. Chen, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Sorry for my voice. As Professor Michael has shared earlier, I'm my 3rd day of COVID, still fighting the COVID as the pandemic or endemic that we are facing today. So pardon my voice as I'm speaking to you.
No problem. Yeah. And well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you, if you have any questions according to our invited speakers topic, you can please write down on the chat column below, and I will read it for you to our invited speaker later on in Q&A session. So without further ado, the second opportunity for Dr. Zazon Chen, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you, Arif. All right, I'll share the slides over here today. Let me turn it to the slide mode. All right, I hope everyone can see it now. All right, so the topic today is a post-pandemic recovery for physical education, or PE for short. All right, so a few topics that we'll just talk about today, mainly looking at physical education and physical activity and doing some unpacking over here. We look at some global trends from research articles that I've collected. And since I'm from Singapore, I'll share what is happening in Singapore over the past 2 years when we face a COVID situation, and some of the work that my colleagues and my student teachers do, and maybe giving some ideas to our training teachers here, who are our audience as well, and maybe some teaching ideas as we move forward from this COVID situation. And of course, finally, some future actions that I would like to share based on what actually I have learned or I've read about, and see whether it makes relevance to all of us here. All right. So physical activity, as definition mentioned earlier on by Professor David as well. All right, these are from the WHO, World Health Organization definition about this body movement by skeletal movement muscles that require actually energy expenditure. All right, so this movement actually can happen during our leisure time, even when we're doing our transport from point A to point B, like for example, cycling, all right, or even part of your person's work. For we are doing maybe housework at home. All right. And a definition for physical education, I got this from this group of researchers here by Parazi. So in terms of physical education, they see it as a school curriculum, and it's designed to teach students the skills, knowledge, as well as disposition that actually encourage physical activity, which we read earlier on, which can happen in different parts of our daily life, whether it's moving from point A to point B, or even just doing some day-to-day work, for example.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Dr. Sezon. Yeah,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
But your slide is
Yes.
freeze. It doesn't move. So
It's
I
freeze,
think
is it?
you, yeah.
Okay, let me
On
see.
my screen, it doesn't move. It's freeze.
It's not moving, is it? Okay, let me see if I can adjust the slides.
It's still freeze, Doctor.
Okay,
Yeah.
give me a minute. I try to see what can maybe.
Okay.
Let's see now. If I can maybe. Is it moving?
Well, it is moving, but yeah, it's not a full screen.
It's not
Is
the
it all
main
right?
screen, right? It's in a presenter screen, right?
Presenter screen, yeah.
Okay, let me try to change the mode. Let's see now. Sorry about it.
No worries.
Okay, I think I know why. Okay, I found the reason. Is it better now? Is it in full screen now?
You can try to the next slide first.
Okay.
Okay, this is moving.
It's moving, right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. So I have got this information from one of our Indonesian researcher called Roslina. All right, saying about these benefits of physical education. So she actually shared that it's actually an educational process, which it also again utilize physical activity, actually planned systematically. Like you see, it's actually a national curriculum, all right, which actually developed and actually enhance the individuals objectively, neuromuscularly, perceptually, cognitively, and emotionally, all right, to form this national education system. All right, so you can see it's actually developing a whole person. So some global trends that I've uncovered over here basically talk about this pandemic that we had before COVID, before we faced COVID, because of people actually being inactive and having a sedentary behavior. So that was the pandemic that we, the people that is involved in physical activity or in physical education was facing in terms of this pandemic that we are fighting, as shared by our two speakers earlier. And now with COVID, right, we have somehow have additional challenges that we face, all right, to encourage more people to be physically active or try to think of innovative ways since that we are trapped now in our home, just like myself. Now I'm trapped in my own home, self-isolation, how to get myself physically active, of course, after I get better, right, in terms of that challenge that we are facing. And in terms of teacher education, the researchers from Spain, all right, they did the study back in 2000 when they actually started in Spain, where the lockdown started in the early part of the year, all right, in 2020. And the challenges they face with training teachers, student teachers going out to conduct their teaching practice, all right, they face all sorts of challenges. Of course, in terms of the technology competency, because they weren't trained in the first place to conduct physical education, PE, all right, using what we are doing now in Zoom, for example, and trying to make design lessons and in that sense during their teacher training. So they are having this in terms of fear, in terms of insecurity, all right, some of the challenges they're facing emotionally as well, right? Some of the participants, which are the student teachers, shared about the apprehension they have when they are actually in front of this camera. Who is watching them? It may not be just the students and watching them. All right, they worry about the privacy of their home at the background. All right, if parents are seeing them, for example. So some of the emotional challenges that these student teachers face. Of course, there's also some advantage that we share about. Now physical education now opens that door, and it doesn't mean that it has to be just within that class setting that students learn physical or to be physically educated. All right, there's possibility to look at it beyond, and where we can actually have that learning taking place for the students in terms of right. So these are the things that we talk about later under the section where I share about the perspectives of Singapore. All right, some of the opportunities. All right, here we go. All right, so what is the situation in Singapore now? The last 2 days, there has been a surge in Singapore in terms of the cases. So I'm afraid I'm also one of the statistics now. So the government, the minister of health minister did share that they don't intend to tighten the measures at this point of time, but there's no discount of this possibility that it may happen, given the situation is always dynamic and fluid, right? As we have actually experienced in Singapore. So in physical education, back then, we do have the lockdown version, which we call it circuit breaker from March onwards, back in 2020, where basically the school was stopped for a couple of months, all right, before it resumed again. And we resumed. Most activities in terms of group size, as you see over here, was actually individual, all right? The restriction was to do it individual and with masks on, right? Until maybe gets a bit better between groups of 2, in terms of groups of 5, and until you saw this latest one, which is actually in April, mid-April, where we actually took off that group size restriction, right, for our school activities, especially physical education. So the unmasking also was another big breakthrough for us in terms of indoor. Right? Previously, indoor wasn't allowed to do any unmasking, right, except for physical activity. So vaccination status was one of the concern as well. All right, so current situation in Singapore is about 91% of us are being vaccinated. So with that, I think assurance, government have that confidence to actually allow all these activities like the national school games and co-curriculum activities to be carried out. So at the background of this picture that you see is actually happening back in May. Right, this is a school that actually went to support the finals of the football in our stadium. All right, so you can see the cheers that's going on with the students and the kind of excitement. So things are coming back in that sense for Singapore, especially for physical activities and so the last one was actually the residential camp, as you can see. Yeah, they do allow these camps to be carried out, which is also a very integral part of physical education in Singapore. Right? They have a tie-up with Outdoor Bound Singapore, where with Ministry of Education, where every students, when they're at secondary school, Sec 3 level, they will actually have these outward bound experience. And of course, the school will have their cohort camps every year. Right. So these are the situation in Singapore. How about at PSS over here at where I'm working? All right. What's the situation and how my colleagues basically get about in terms of their teaching and learning? So share some of my colleagues' work over here. So Sufi over here did quite a bit of work prepared using apps. All right. One of the lessons he teach was actually in fitness classes for students or teaching students how to be ready. All right. To give some of these, using some of these apps for online lessons, tapping on even AR. So this is one of the app that he used called Capstraw. All right. So I see whether I can play this demo that he actually have. Okay, so this is what Sophie has done for his work over there. So basically trying to get, I guess, the students to actually have an idea, all right, in terms of how to actually go about, let me see how, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. So we can always do the work that he has done through that very traditional peer observation, as well as the checklist that you see in the next slides. For example, like this in a setting called jump. All right. And with words being describing from step 1 to step 9 in terms of the setting called jump. All right. So that software that you saw just now using the app called Capsule basically give that moment-to-moment jump. As at which frame, maybe you can see that yep, straight moving portion of what Sophie is doing versus that basically the fifth step that you see in a so-called that ideal jump stage that you should be at, kind of thing. So providing that very straightforward feedback to the students without actually too much work sometimes. All right, so that's one advantage. So of course, he did a lot more other work. I'll just share one of them, all right, which is a virtual fitness class using Maxim board. All right, so if you actually are able to actually click on the QR code, you basically see all the different exercises that you can do, all right, or the participants can actually try out, right, at their own time, basically. Okay, so that is what Sophie did. And another colleague of mine, Eddie actually similarly situation where trying to consolidate a lot of information which he teach classes like fundamental movement skills and situational games for physical education to provide the students that the framework as well as the videos, some of the videos actually how this can be conducted. All right, I'll try to stop and share the slides where Andy actually has placed for us in terms of the work that he has done. All right, so these slides for situational games in PE that Eddie actually provided. And actually, he shared basically for everybody once you actually have the link that you shared earlier on just now. So this is actually structured for long implement this equipment. And if we scroll down, basically there's a cumulative events where they put in place some of the, besides just the diagrams, all right, the one-to-one badminton, 3v3 volleyball, for example, there's actually a video how actually it's being animated when these activities carry out. So like most of the classes that you see in Asia is pretty big classes, all right? So this is the numbers you're looking at, and basically he gives the step-by-step explanation how the setup can be in terms of maximizing space using improvised pose, all right, to conduct this 3v3 volleyball lesson. Okay. So if you move down, further down, you can see other sports as well for basketball, netball, and for floorball and football. So quite extensive work that actually you can see being put inside, and with the help of course, a lot of the student teachers that was there conducting this lesson, be cool. So it's actually a lot of preparation beforehand, and using this opportunity, unfortunate incident we have in this pandemic, actually he put in place all this information for the learning of the student teachers. All right. Let me share another colleague's work, if I may, over here. That will be actually looking at Mr. Joel Chia, what he did with the collaborative learning in terms of online, using online sharing. Sorry, let me, yep. Okay, the same screen. I just need to pull up this one. A minute. Yep, it's over here. All right, so for my colleague Joel Chia, what he did was using the Seesaw app, all right, where he shared or got the students to do some assignment. The student teacher do some assignment. Basically, the topic was actually floorball, all right, a workout from home. So the nice part about this Seesaw app is actually they can journals, right? So after they come up with their work, all right, my colleague actually give the comments, how was the work done. Students also can give their sharing in terms of what was the objective of their lessons when they plan in all these designs, all right, what was it meant for, and other classmates can also join to give their sharing, what was the comments about. So he was kind enough to add me inside as a student to let me have a glance of this work that was taking place. So if you allow me, I'll just quickly share this particular floorball assignment where there's a lot of improvisation taking place by the students as well. All right, how floorball can be conducted at home. Okay, you see they're using improvised umbrella for this lesson. All right, all the common objects you can find at home, socks, soft toys, and so on. You can use as target practice. So this is actually a crumpled paper, a newspaper, for example, for practice. All right, so that was the work by Joel and the class using Seesaw. All right, so you can see a lot of improvisation taking place. So it's not just a homework per se given by the instructor to the student teachers, but a lot of the ideas generated that they can use when, let's say, for example, unfortunately, if there's a lockdown, for example, right, we are not so lost anymore. There's ideas and there's a community of practice working together to get things to work. It may not be perfect, but there's at least some activities for our students to practice. All right. So I'll stop share and I'll share the last one about my student teacher that I just worked with recently. When I went to observe her lesson, I thought it's very interesting. So I asked her to help me to make a video of it. Right, she's using Picker, a software.
Excuse me, Dr. Sezon. The video that you are sharing is, I think, inaudible.
Yeah, you cannot hear anything, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The video is running, but we don't hear anything.
You don't hear the sound, is it? Okay, because I can hear the sound.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Perhaps you need to stop share screen first, and then when you want to do the share screen, do not forget to tick the 2 columns for the audio.
Okay, let me see. There's one. Yeah, I think you remember there was a for audio, right? To share sound.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, let me try again.
Okay, hi. So I'm Melissa Liao. My students call me Miss Liao. So this may sound like an advertisement of Pickers, but I promise you it's not. It's just to tell you guys what I do for my lessons using this Picker technology. So now I'm going to further explain how you can use Pickers in physical education. So to further illustrate on how to use Pickers, I will use an example with this question being posed to students. How do you feel about your underhand lifting? As you can see, all the magnets are already set up from index number 1 all the way to 40. Okay, so if students are feeling an A, which is not yet, then A will be facing up. If students are feeling B, getting there, then B will be facing up. C and D as well. So once, if I call their index number up, once I call their index number up, they will come up and they will rotate accordingly based on the task. So for example, if the student is feeling not there yet, he will rotate such that A is facing up. A. So what happens after that? Okay, once all students are done rotating their picker magnet, what we as teachers will do, we'll go ahead and take our phones and go up to the picker magnets to use the picker app. These questions were actually set prior to the lesson, and once I've opened the app, this will pop up once I've clicked on the respective set. And so right after that, and then I'll scan the board as what you see here. So as you see on the top right, 40 is the number of students in the class, and the number on the left is actually the number of picker magnets I've already scanned. And just right after, I'll be able to see the immediate results of what my students have put in. As you can see, 7 students have put A, 18B, 5C, and 10 for D. And so how do I use this Pickers tool for my physical education lessons? Firstly, I have used Pickers to assess students' close skills. I've used the Pickers to assess the number of successful sets that they can execute back to their partner out of 10 attempts for volleyball. In the example that the student is able to execute 6 out of 10 sets, he or she will rotate their Picker magnet such that C is facing up. Once everyone's first assessment has been done, I then use their results to provide differentiated instructions, which is known as DI, for their practice. For example, the higher ability students to focus on consistency and height, while the lower ability students are to focus on the contact area between the ball and their fingers. After their practice, they will then be assessed again at the end of the lesson to assess their progress and performance. Teachers can also place this assessment at the start of the unit and at the end to see students' progress over a sustained period of time. So of course, there may be students who are unable to participate in your physical education lessons, so what I had them to do was to manage the Picker boards during the lessons. Secondly, I've also tried using the Pickers to assess students' affective domain by asking how they are feeling about the lesson or about the skill that they have just learned at the end of the lesson, and it has been a very quick and convenient way which does not require much time. Now we'll look into the benefits of using Pickers. Once the Picker magnets and boards have been set up, you can reuse them for any other lessons. Accompanied with routines set with the students, using Pickers is definitely very quick and easy for assessment and feedback. Secondly, it provides information about the performance of the learner, whether the learning objective has been achieved. And this can enable both teachers and students to make adjustments during subsequent activities. Teachers can use the information to conduct differentiated instructions, as I have mentioned for my volleyball lessons previously, or adjust the difficulty for subsequent lessons. As students have also used Pickers as a quick checkout at the end of lessons, I will also be able to note which students require more attention in the subsequent lessons, and I may invest more attention with these students. Okay, and just like that, you've tabulated all your results from all of your students. It's a very quick and easy way. Once you have actually done all of this setup, it's quite replicable for every other lessons as well. So you don't have to take everything down and put everything up. Once everything is set up, it's very convenient. So have fun! And if you want to find out more about Pickers, feel free to visit any of these websites.
Okay, I think my time is running out. Dr. Arif, is it? Is my time running out?
You still have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Let me just finish up my last few slides that I have. All right. If you allow me, I just quickly wrap up that 2 minutes of sharing over here. All right. This is all right, a picture of Joel, right? As I mentioned, doing the seesaw. That's Melissa. All right. So teaching ideas, basically, we have this watch with us, which is given for the every Singapore citizen. So these are very good, basically, technology we can tap on to do any exercise with the students. Cycling, very popular in Singapore over the last 2 years. Almost every household now have bicycles. And basically what we can do is ideas like this, forming interesting shape. That is maybe during a weekend for the students as homework, for example. So future direction, the technology is there for us to use. We do want to encourage everybody to tap on it. In terms of pedagogical approach, basically it's looking at sustaining motivation, all right, for our students. And the teaching of PE, like I mentioned earlier, beyond just the classroom setting, all right. So we want to see that they are learning everywhere, anywhere, and from important peers as well as even their parents, all right. And lastly, of course, it's a uphill job for all of us here. So persevere, 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 and that's the announcement I have with my 4 colleagues here. And lastly, this is a picture, a fine memory of what happened back in January 2020, right? Before all the traveling start closing. So this is a picture of our partnership with UNES, all right? About, I think, almost 50 students came over and staff, all right, came over to join us over here. So we welcome all of you again very soon to be with us again. Thank you very much for your patience, and over to you again. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dr. Season. It was very interesting presentation that give us an idea what kind of tools that we can use for physical education post-pandemic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen the presentation from our third invited speaker, Assistant Professor Sri Ratna Rahayu, Medical Doctor, with the topic Strengthening Health System Resilience Against the Threat of Pandemic in the Future. Madam Sri Ratna, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Are you hearing my voice?
Yep,
Good?
clearly.
Okay,
Clear.
thank you.
Well, 30 minutes from now, the Zoom is yours.
Okay, thank you. Is it available if I share by myself?
I think the operator will help.
No. I want to.
Oh, I mean, sorry. Yeah, you can do it by yourself. Sorry.
Is it show in your Zoom, Ali?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you so much. Wait. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity given to me today at a truly extraordinary event, ISPHE 2022, with an interesting time. Today, I would like to discuss the topic that is being talked about a lot about our rise from the COVID-19 pandemic. There are many things we can learn from the COVID-19 pandemic, especially strengthening the health system, which is the key success in dealing. We learn about many things. So the first, so let's discuss about the strengthening health system resiliency against the threat and pandemic in the future. First, I will talk about the global condition and the impact of pandemic and how to strengthen the health system strategy. Okay, sorry. Wait. Sorry, wait. Ali, I'm sorry, I want to become in the something a trouble, so just give me a time, please.
Yeah, no worries. Well, meanwhile, we are waiting for our third speaker preparing for or revising the technician error. I would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for Dr. Jason or Professor David, you can please write down your question on the chat column so I can read it for you. And please do not forget also to mention your question addressed to whom. Well, again, I would like to ask your question because this is, I do believe, commonly happen when we do online conference. So, pardon for the committee and pardon for the our third speaker. Well, Dr. Ayu. Dr. Ayu, are you with us?
Yes. Okay, maybe you can help me to share by your operator.
All right.
Okay,
so
thank
please
you.
just,
I want to stop share here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the operator starting to share the your PPT. Well, please continue.
Okay. For the strength health system resiliency, again, the threat of pandemic in the future, this is a many things we learn about this one. So I want to discussion about the what the situation, global situation, and the second one, how to impact for the pandemic, and the third, I want to how to strategy for the impact. And this is the slideshow about the situation and condition. And we can see in this one is the trend of the COVID-19 between 2020 to 2024. The trend of if a country is increasing. For the next, please. Yeah, situation in Indonesia. Indonesia, we have a two wave peak, especially in the second peak. The increases more than 125 million. It's wonderful because increase during only just 6 weeks. Okay, the next. The graph here, we can see the new cases along with the death, the increases the death in Indonesia. Next. Yeah. The impact of the pandemic, we have three. I want to summarize it into a three part. Health system are under pressure, usual healthcare is cancelled or postponed, and the third, the emergence of the epidemic and spreading rapidly. Next. Yeah. From this slide, for the health system are under pressure, the paper comparison between the estimate number of dead healthcare worker derived by population base and meta-analysis. The conclusion of this one, the number of health worker dead is not too small. So this is need some warning. Okay, the next. Okay, for multidimensional factors related to COVID-19, affect health worker, the availability and distribution, health, working condition, and social well-being. For availability and distribution, it's like SARS capacity, it's SARS-CoV-2 related absence, and for health, for example, burnout, that is a MADS cases, and other mental disorders is too much cases too. And for the working condition, like quarantine and self-isolation, lack of personal protective equipment. For social and well-being, much of a stigmatization and discrimination, care of the family member. And then, next slide. Yeah. In this slide show about if without prevention and without social distancing, the demand here is to increase. But for implementation of the social distancing, so the supply set of dynamic is too good. And for this one, the hospital face rising demand to attend to growing number of COVID-19 patients. Material is in a short supply if the social distancing implementation is good well. Okay, the next. This is the situation in Indonesia. The health worker still use the protective equipment and they are too tired, so lie down and still use the protective. And the other set of picture we show about the full bed in the hospital referral, because the number of cases is increased. Yes, the next. For the health worker, Indonesia not a risk standard yet, like WHO. So in Indonesia, only just 4 per 1,000 population, but standard from the WHO 4.4 per 1,000 population. The graph show about the competition in each health worker. About the nurse, the number of nurse is the most than the other competition with others. Okay, the next. Yeah. And the second one about the usual healthcare in cancer. In this slide, I show about the almost the cancel of surgery because of the number of case in COVID-19 is increased. This condition in United Kingdom, and in Indonesia too, the all surgery cancellation. Okay, the next. And the other example about the appointment cancellation too. This one, about the appointment, the elder people to get appointment with a doctor, and this is the related with the generative disease. So some of increases of the other disease of the COVID-19 because the cancellation of appointment. Okay, the next. The other example about the cancel, postpone of the immunization for the children. The pandemic had an impact on delaying routine vaccination in the children. For example, in this one, the children missing that's DTP3 and MCV1, that is more 1,000 children is delayed for immunization. We can see the color of this graph, the blue color, the orange color, the almost afraid is more one children delay for immunization. Yeah, the next. For infodemic, the reconfigured versus fabricate misinformation, we can see this one, the spreading rapidly about the infodemic. More than 40%, for more than 40% is reconfigured than fabricate. The mischaracterization of disease or the protective measure that are needed for this one. False treatment or medical intervention. And that's important too, the conspiracy theory. Okay, the next. And this one, about the percentage of activity false posts with no direct warning label in our sample. This one I got from the paper, and the Twitter is more than 40%. The rapidly to share the infodemic sometimes is make the public worried about the misinformation. Okay, next. Yeah. This one is distribution of a rumor, stigma, and conspiracy theory related to COVID-19. The most of for the more than 80% is rumors than others. So this is make not convenient for the people about the rumor, about how to protect of the COVID-19 infected. The next slide. The next, please. Yeah. Now, how to strengthen health system resiliency against the threat of the pandemic in the future. Yeah, the next. I want to discuss in this one. This is the important how to strengthening the strategy. Okay, the next. The next, please. Okay. The health system is very, very more impact for the public. And I got the fourth state here. The state one, about the preparedness of the health system to shock. And the second state's shock and onset and alert. And state 3, shock impact and management. And state 4 about the how to recovery and learning. Health system response to shock can be seen like this one, the fourth state here. Okay, the next. Yeah, this one is the key for the of how to resilience the COVID-19, the government, the finance, the resource, the service delivery. This is for key. Okay. Next. Yeah. For the government, the government should have effective and participatory leadership with a strong vision. And the second, the coordination. And the third, and how to organizational learning culture. That is important for government, for the resiliency. And the fourth, how to effective information and how to flow. And the fifth, surveillance and enabling timely detection. And the next, for the state 1, state 2, state 3, and state 4, for the government start from the state 1 till the end, till the state 4. The effective and participatory, the coordination. The government should be start from the state 1 till the end. And when the shock onset and alert, need some organizational learning for the culture. So the government should know about how to organize about the culture in each area. How to make effective information for the all area, and need the surveillance for detect of the shock and the impact of the cases. And the next, this one show about the, I got this one for the paper from the Riger and Wang, the government's implementation about the communication, coordination, and collaboration. So there is a conduct with the 4 states. Yeah. The next slide, please. Okay. And the second one about the finance. So the previous, we talk about the government, finance, the second key. The finance is ensuring sufficient monetary resources in a system, ensuring the stability of health system funding, and possessing flexibility and reallocation of the funding to meet a changing the needs. This is the close correlation to and close conduct with the 4 key in the strategy. And the next, yeah. For the 1 till 4 states, the financings in ensuring sufficiency monetary start for the first step till the 4th step for the recovery and learning. And for the resiliency, the shock impact and management, the ensuring stability and health system funding through the critical health finance mechanism and reserve. And for the shock onset and alert, should be start from the state preparedness, shock onset, management, and recovery and learning. Okay, next. This one is resources. Resources for healthcare working being a sick essential element. Their cycle is connecting each other. Advance organization, strengthen the leadership behavior for the resource, conduct how workplace assessment, examine the policy and practice, enhance when the workplace efficiency, and culture fits and culture of the connection and support. They are the appropriate with level and distribution of the human and physical resource for the 6th cycle, this one. Next. Yeah. Strong primary health care is determined by strong health worker and effective for public health workplace is competent in a high quality skill mix, equitable and distribute, how to distribute and how to motivate and empowerment. The four effective in this one is make a strong health worker. Okay. The next. For resource. State 1, state 2, until state 3 is appropriate with the level and distribution, human and physical resource. But for motivates, it's still state 1 till the end. For the shock impact and how to management, the ability in the increased capacity, the cope the sudden short in a demand. Yeah, the next. For service delivery, this is a need for the resource and connect with the other key for resiliency, crisis preparedness training, cross training for the additional skill, because need some skill, need a refresh of skill for the hard worker, for the service delivery. In the COVID condition, the past COVID condition, this is more like for what we confused. All people confused, even too in the hard worker. So we should be prepared as well. Ensuring provision and service for at risk population group, that is need to. And how to maintenance the quality, safety standard in its service, public health, hospital, and the clinical government. And then next. Yeah, for service delivery, start from the state 3, till the recovery and learning, how to alternative, make some alternative and flexible approach to deliver care. Yeah, next. And I want to give you some information how effort to strengthen the health system resiliency in Indonesia. Yeah, Indonesia, the Minister of Health gave us some policy. The next. The policy, the ministry transforming the health system, including the transformation of the primary health service. This is a policy resiliency of in Indonesia, the referral health service, the health security system, the health financing system, the health human resource, and the health technology. The minister built this transformation to resiliency COVID for the next pandemic. If the next happen, we don't know. The happen about the pandemic, we don't know. So we should prepare this one in Indonesia. Yes, next. For primary health service, the government concentration focus on health education, primary prevention, because the primary prevention is the first phase with the public, and the secondary prevention, the increased capacity and capability of the primary service. And the next, the transformation of the next slide, please. Referral health service. We show the previous picture about the full bed in a referral hospital. So the Minister of Health for the transforming transformation of a referral health service like this one, healthcare networking development. So the development of a leading service networking will focus on non-catastrophic disease with a high number of cases and death in Indonesia, and improve the access to hospital service. So the construction, the primary hospital in disadvantaged area and the border and the utmost island, and improve how the availability of the essential medicine for the non-catastrophic disease. And improving the quality of a health service. Quality improvement for the health service in collaboration with the institution, with the academic health system. Okay, the next. For the health security system, for preventive the health disaster, in 2020, 2022, 2023, 2024, the health disaster preparedness in Indonesia, the training of the supervision of the country is running. And for 2022, one health networking training. 2023, the fulfillment of the human resource facility, infrastructure, and emergency logistics. And for the 2024, the trial of health disaster preparedness in 34 provinces. For detects, use the surveillance training, the evaluation, reassessment, and public health laboratory referral system design in 2022. And on 2023 is laboratory quality standardization, make the health standard for the laboratory. And 2024, the implementation of the digitization reporting system. And for response, health emergency system, evaluation in 2021, 2022, recruitment, training, for the 2023 is emergent team register and train more than the target is 25%. And 2024, emergent team is registered 100%. Next. For the health and finance system, improve the additional preventive promotive benefits, additional immunization antigen, and expansion of coverage, and screening for the stunting, still the highest cause of death. And the second one, the control over several service, because improvement control over service, the imposition of crowded funding and cost difference is need a good finance system. Yes, the next. For the health human resource program, 2022, 2023, 2024, Indonesia is now built this program about the health needs planning, about the increasing the number of doctors, about the equitable distribution through regional affirmation scholarship, and health human resource quality improvement. We hope on 2024, the health human resource is evaluating the fulfillment of the health human resource for the achievement in SDGs, and increasing the number of doctors on 2024, opening the investment opportunities for the foreign investor and medical education, especially in Indonesia. equitable distribution through regional affirmation scholarship. We hope on 2024 in Indonesia, laboratory staff scholarship for the local communities. And for the health human resource quality improvement, we hope on 2024, the placement of the overseas health diaspora in a government institution, promotion of health worker to foreign markets. So I think this Indonesia try to build resiliency. Okay, the next. For the health technology, yeah, the integration and development of health data system, integration development of health service application system, and health technology ecosystem developments now is running well and is on process to get the good ecosystem health technology. Okay, the next.
Excuse me, Dr. Ayu.
Yes.
2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. It's great. This one is tracing, use the system, apps to assist government in tracking to stop the spread of COVID-19. All people in Indonesia, public should be follow this. We say the Peduli Lindungi to tracking, to detect, to get some information about the COVID and others and other disease. Okay, the next. This one I show the Peduli Lindungi tracing apps in application. We can see, we can make the appointment too. We can detect if near our area have some COVID patient, so we should be preventive, and all information we can see in a Peduli Lindungi Tracks apps here. Okay, the next. The other application about the reporting tracing apps. Yes, next. Okay. We can use telemedicine application. In Indonesia, the sum of telemedicine application, so the people can connect with the doctor, can consult with doctor, can we get some medicine by telemedicine application. And the next. Yeah, this one example of the telemedicine, use the HaloDoc, doctor, and some of telemedicine Indonesia have some application. Yes, next. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry. The first, when I want to start my presentation, some not convenient of you, so I'm really sorry, but thank you for the participant. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ayu. Now we are still having 214 participants in this plenary session. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you that we are now stepping to the Q&A session, which means I should check the chat column if there are some questions. So, but first of all, I would like to ask our operator to pin out our invited speakers so the audience can focus on them. Operator, please. Well, meanwhile, I will check the question, first of all. All right. We have about 30 minutes for the Q&A. And the first question from Maulina Istighfaro. I do believe is Indonesian. Yes, she's from UNES. the question addressed to Professor David. So the question is, often we feel lazy to exercise. Are there any tips from you so that we don't feel lazy to exercise? Prof. David, would you like to answer first, or should I think better to answer first one by one question, right? Yeah. So let me repeat again the question addressed to Professor David. So the tips from you for us to make us feel not lazy anymore to do exercise. This question is from Maulina.
Oh, that's a tough one to answer. I'm not sure I have a quick and easy response to that. I think, you know, wanting to participate in physical activity, particularly following a pandemic, is difficult. You know, the individuals are going to have varying levels of comfort, varying levels of, like over the last couple of years, people have developed new habits. And so we need to reintroduce those positive physical activity, healthy living ones back into our daily routines. And so, you know, I think this is a fairly simple and straightforward response, but start small, you know, and then gradually increase, whether it's length of time, you know, the how difficult the activities are. But I think where the challenge will be is that people will remember, oh, I used to do this 2 years ago, and they'll want to jump right back into doing it exactly without having done any of the requisite practice for the last couple of years. And so I think we just need to almost start from zero again and work ourselves back up slowly, and not punish ourselves if we're not at the same place we were 2.5 years ago. We all get older too. So, you know, your abilities as, you know, 3 years hence are probably slowing down a bit.
Yeah. Well, or probably we also can do the things that we love, just being physically active, right, Professor David? Yeah. Okay. I would like to read the second question. This question is from Gustiana Mega Anggita, and this question also addressed to Professor David. How to make parents support their children with special needs conditions to do physical activity or sport? Well, because in Indonesia, some parents feel afraid and worry about letting their children with special needs to do some physical activity or sport. So it's about the things that parents need to do for their children with special needs.
Yeah, actually some of the research that we've done here in Calgary on families and particularly on parents' attitudes towards physical activity for their children who have disabilities is that segregated settings actually encourage parents to put their children into physical activity programs initially, and then success in those segregated programs then allows them to take the next step into more inclusive ones where perhaps all the children don't have a disability. And the difficulty with that, though, is that that range of opportunities may not exist in all locales. And so in the larger urban centers, there may be opportunities for both segregated programs for just children with disabilities and then inclusive ones, but in smaller locales, there probably just aren't those opportunities. So for those who can, the evidence suggests that starting in segregated disability-only programs allows parents to feel more comfortable, confident with what their children can do, and then leading into more inclusive ones with able-bodied peers and siblings, etc.
Well, yeah, adding to those questions, Professor David, actually, from my personal point of view, because Indonesian parents compared to Western parents, we do have a different style to educate our children to grow the style of our culture. So I know the meaning of Ms. Gita's question. Probably how to educate parents who have children who have children with special needs, and the parents letting them to be independent, because I would like, I'm sorry if I'm using a wrong term, but from my point of view, Indonesian parents kind of like a bit spoiling their children. So they very take care of their children, worry a lot, because the parents probably worry if the children get more injured or somehow trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say actually that's similar in a North American context. Parents of children with disabilities tend to be a bit more overbearing, perhaps, a bit more protective, concerned about them getting hurt or not treated very nicely on the playground, in the gymnasium, etc. However, I mean, part of, in my presentation, I talked about how people with disabilities are starting to be portrayed more in the media. So on television shows, in movies, and they're being presented as capable, regular, competent people, as opposed to always those who are to be pitied and shunned and felt sorry for. And I think over time, that's going to then lend itself to parents feeling the same way about their own children. And so if their child has a disability, they'll be seen as perhaps somewhat unique compared to other children, but not less than, and they don't need to be overly concerned. They don't need to worry. Listen, I'm a parent. I have 3 children. I worry about my kids all the time, regardless of whether they have a disability or not. That's what parents do, I guess. And so maybe over time, as kind of we become more normalized to disability, it's not strange, it's not weird, it's not a terrible thing, and it's just something that's slightly different. I think then parents will feel less concerned about encouraging their children to participate in sport and physical activity.
Well, thank you so much, Prof. David. The next question is coming from Ferry Budianto, and even though he didn't mention the question addressed to him, but I do believe this is for Dr. Jason. So from Ferry Budianto, the pandemic has made the change of education, especially in online learning. When learning switches to the online learning, the stress relieving louder is no longer there for both teacher and student. Learning is relatively tense, less relaxed, and difficult to insert stress relieving jobs. So are there any tips and example of games for online learning? Dr. Jason, I think this question is addressed to you, so
sure.
Please do respond for this question.
So honestly, I think even when there's no pandemic, when I was conducting face-to-face lesson, I still have difficulty trying to instill any stress relieving jokes or laughter in my students, because you always have to use the sense of the body language to pick up your students engage with you and so on. So with the teaching taking place on a screen like what we have today, if there's about 40 different faces that you're seeing on the screen now, and it's only a laptop size that you're looking at, sometimes it's a bit tough, like what I think this question or this Ferry was trying to explain to us in terms of that difficulty. So I guess I go back to where I started teaching back then, when humor is definitely an important part of our lesson, to have that engagement and that interaction with our students. So not worrying about being silly about ourselves as teachers. That means we can make mistakes, we laugh about it. Just let the students know that we are still human. We make mistakes as well. And along the way, as these mistakes make, it can be a joke as well to everybody. All right. So the engaging games that they mentioned in the online, for example, when you make a wrong step, for example, oops, sorry about it, guys, just let me repeat again and things like that. Or you just make some silly jokes about it, and just to engage everybody. If you can pick up some of the what's called the interaction taking place online, what you can do is usually through questioning. So asking so and so students whether they are doing okay, everything is fine, or hear from them some feedback. How was that last task that they were doing? How difficult or how easy it was to get some of this interaction taking place. So when there's questioning and answering taking place, there's interaction. And that's where I guess that the whole atmosphere is less tense, and in between, when there's opportunity, of course, we can bring in the laughter and the jokes. Right, that will be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jason. Well, the next question is from Adiska Raniditya Chandra. This question also for Dr. Jason. She's asking, I think this is related to the application you saw on the video about your student. I think he was doing the R&D for the application. So the question is, are these applications ready to use by everyone? Because Ms. Adiska thinks it has been a future analysis tool. It was so amazing and nice. And also the question is, this pandemic has been lower or maybe decreased than before. How to make our students still active with the PE online process?
Okay. All right. So the first question, I guess, is about the application. Most of the application that we see today in my presentation are free of charge. You can actually plug and use basically. It's just about getting used to it, how to use it. So most of the apps nowadays, they do have a bit of a guide, a step-by-step guide for you that I provided inside my slides. But you can see examples of how it's being applied, whether it's in physical activity, or whether it's in PE setting, or whether it's in sports setting. So they give you an idea how actually it can be conducted. So my idea also today, besides sharing what my colleagues are doing, I share what my student teachers are doing. So the student teachers being still on the job training, they are able to use it. So I guess it gives that conviction to everybody that it's definitely doable, right? To try it out. It's basically a lot of ourselves wanting to try to see how to make better for our teaching. I guess that's where the spirit of what we're trying to do here. Yeah. All right. So that will be a part of my question. The second part is about the pandemic being lower and how to actually keep students still active with online process and so on. So I guess our underlying objective with a lot of the traditional PE specialists that they think about is they still prefer the face-to-face interaction, as what I gathered from what the literature is talking about lately about this post-pandemic. Everyone want to come back to do face-to-face lesson and in-person interaction and things like that. I think that is the priority and everyone wish, the top number one top wish list everyone would like to have. So I guess the question from Astika is basically is that can we still use, I guess, these online processes, or how to make use of it? Is there already for us to try it out? I shared with everyone today some of the examples that you can actually see that possibility and basically implement to some of the day-to-day lesson. Just like the flickers. The flickers can be done in a basically a face-to-face lesson and still using some of this technology with you. All right. And of course, in your homework that you want to give to your students over the weekend, because physical activity don't stop from Monday to Friday, right? It still carry on to Saturday and Sunday. If you look at the whole WHO guidelines for young children in terms of physical activity, we want them to be physically active. So the PE teachers can always set up homework in terms of physical activity for them to try out. Like Strava examples I give to make interesting shape using your maybe cycling route or even your jogging route around the neighborhood, for example. So I guess that will be some of the online processes that we can still harness on to encourage our students to be physically active. So that will be my sharing. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the answer, Dr. Jason.
Thank you.
Well, the next question is from Ibrahim Jaber. I think he's from Jordan. And the question addressed to Dr. Ayu. He has two questions. Number one, in your country, in Indonesia, with a large population, are there still some people who don't care about COVID-19? And question number two, in your opinion, Dr. Ayu, what do you prioritize, the economic sector or the public health sector?
Okay, thank you. Thank you your question, Ibrahim from Jordan. That is interesting question. You know well for our country Indonesia. Yes, we have a large people, and we have many of island is afraid is a spread is a huge to spread for the island. So this is best from the previous condition COVID-19. So in Indonesia should be work together between all a sector, the government, the for finance sector, for resource, for delivery service. That is need all a sector of the support for give some information for the with the large people. Yeah, Indonesia, the large people are spread in every island. So the government have a lot of public health. They, the public health have in each province in city. So they help to give us some information for the people. The first, not only just the public health, but the government in the city, in the province should be support to deliver some information. If they don't care about the COVID because they don't know about the what kind of the COVID-19. Maybe it's happened because they don't know about. So they need some information, the good information related with the transformation from the Ministry of Health. Make a transformation system. And the second question, which one the priority? That is difficult. Which one the priority between economic or public health? Because they close connecting. We cannot focus only just one sector. Public health needs a support for the government. Public health needs support for the government, if I have some finance, some service methods. They have a lot of sector for support. So we cannot, I'm sorry, I cannot give you opinion about which one the priority between the public health or economic, because they close relation and need some support for the other sector.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Ayu, relating to Ibrahim questions, I would like to add my personal questions to you because based on your presentations, I forgot if the health system resilience already included sports. So what strategy that we can imply on how sport or physical activity can be part of the health system resilience?
Yeah, that is for the government, resiliency for the government, for the transformation of the government. For the activity include in the government commitment, government policy.
Government policy, right? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, because of the limitation of time, I will read the last question from Linda, and I do believe this is from Zainal Umar Hospital. Linda's question is addressed to Dr. Ayu. What is your opinion about the Indonesian now that no longer required to wear masks when in outdoor area? And how about the people who is feeling sick but still not wearing a mask? So from Linda, actually, 2 questions for Dr. Ayu.
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you, Linda from hospital.
from
Yes.
Zainal Umar Siddiqui
Oh,
Hospital.
okay. 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 Thank you for your question. It's great question. Yeah, we know that. Maybe based on my presentation about the all each key connection, government, finance, resource, and Indonesia make a Ministry of Indonesia give the make and build the transformation of health. So in the government transformation about the informative information, it should be make a work hard for here because yeah maybe the people still now I think is the cases decrease, so they don't care about this one. I think we need some education by information, by technique system information. I think from the transformation, how transformation is already built here. So where the some of people feeling sick but still not wearing masks, maybe they want to thinking again. If the good information in they get good education, so they still understand. Oh, okay, I got a sick, still a spread in each other. So I use the wearing mask. Maybe it need work hard to give the education for the people. Now Indonesia is still running for the build the health transformation. I think it's not finished till now, but going to the till the cases, all cases. I think not only just COVID, but the other disease, and we don't know what happened 2 years more about the pandemic. So the people, the country already prepared. Okay, I think that's my answer.
Well, yep. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope so that all your questions has been answered by our outstanding invited speaker. So I would like to say thank you very much for your participation, contribution, and help from our first invited speaker, Professor David Lake from Canada, and our second invited speaker, Dr. Jan Litpun Zazon from Singapore, and our third invited speaker, Dr. Sri Ratna Rahayu, medical doctor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so personally, I do believe from all the presentation from our outstanding speaker, they talk about the future adapted physical activity, and they also talk about the post-pandemic recovery for physical education, and also the strengthening health system resilience against the threat of pandemic in the future. I do believe that this topic can give us fruitful knowledge that all of us, we as the community, we can be active, healthy, productive, and sustainable community through post-pandemic recovery. Well, this is the end of the plenary session. Thank you so much, Prof. David. Thank you so much, Dr. Jason and Dr. Ayu. Yep, I will probably email you right after this to Professor David, to Dr. Jason, and also to Dr. Ayu. Now the Zoom, I'll give it back to our host, Mr. Billy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Sorry, I think Mr. Billy is still muted. So, operator.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Such a wonderful plenary session, and we have a lot of knowledge and also has got a lot of sharing experience from all the speakers, and also our moderator is very wonderful. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Ali. So before we continue our agenda, we would like to give several announcements regarding parallelization. You may check on your screen. As you can see, that parallelization will begin at 12:45 p.m. in local time. And we also remind you that you need to log in to the link or the Zoom ID according to your own parallel room. So if you already have all the schedule through your WhatsApp application, you may check on your WhatsApp application about your own parallel room, and please log in to the link according to your own parallel room. We will begin the parallelization at 12:45 p.m. in local time, so please paying attention about our local time is using Jakarta time or West Indonesian time or GMT +7. We also would like to give some announcement regarding the certificate. For all the presenter, the certificate will be given after you finish your presenting on your parallel room. However, for all the participants, please check your screen to get your certificate on for your own participant in this wonderful conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of our main program, and we will continue to the parallelization. Now, before I leave, I will give a quote by Edward Everett Hale, an American author, who once said that coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is a success. Let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference today, and be able to see and influence our
Okay, we apologize because due to technical issue, we have some problems. Due to some technical issues, we need to change the position. So we would like to apologize for all the audience. Once again, I would like to say thank you very much for all the audience. Thank you very much for all participants. Thank you very much for all speakers and guests. And don't forget, you have to enter to the panel session at 12:45 p.m. And please log in through the link according to your own parallel route. See you in the next year. Hopefully we will meet again in offline conference in the next year after this pandemic is already finished, and hopefully we can have healthy and also safety during all this pandemic era. Thank you very much, and I'm Billy Castiana as your Master of Ceremony, represent all the committees. Would like to apologize and also thank you very much for everyone. See you next year, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Recording stopped.
Gemersik daun bersapaan, menciptakan melodi, tenangkan hati, menemani tapak kecil dalam menggapai mimpi. Disinilah ku berada, tempat masyur nan indah. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, melahirkan nilai yang agung. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, rengkuh harap barisan unggul. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan indah.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kampus berwawasan konservasi, bereputasi internasional, mencetak generasi unggul, cerdas, berkarakter. UNES adalah rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban yang dikelola dengan standar bereputasi internasional. Bersama UNES, kita tunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan Indonesia yang bermutu.
Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, cari insan berbudaya. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, semangat dan terus berkarya. sapaan, menciptakan melodi, tenangkan hati, menemani tapak kecil dalam menggapai mimpi. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan rendah. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, melahirkan nilai yang agung. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, rengkuh harap barisan unggul. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan rendah.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kampus berwawasan konservasi bereputasi internasional, mencetak generasi unggul, cerdas, berkarakter. UNES adalah rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban yang dikelola dengan standar bereputasi internasional. Bersama UNES, kita tunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan Indonesia yang bermutu.
Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, cari insan berbudaya. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, semangat dan terus berkarya.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kampus berwawasan konservasi, bereputasi internasional, mencetak generasi unggul, cerdas, berkarakter. UNES adalah rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban yang dikelola dengan standar bereputasi internasional. Bersama UNES, kita tunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan Indonesia yang bermutu.
Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, jadi insan berbudaya. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, semangat dan terus berkarya. Dari aku untuk Indonesiaku, UNES cerdas untuk Indonesia Dikala waktu terus berjalan, gemersik daun bersapaan, menciptakan melodi, tenangkan hati, menemani tapak kecil dalam menggapai mimpi. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan rindah. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, melahirkan nilai yang agung. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, rengku harap barisan unggul. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan rindah.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kampus berwawasan konservasi, bereputasi internasional, mencetak generasi unggul, cerdas, berkarakter. UNES adalah rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban yang dikelola dengan standar bereputasi internasional. Bersama UNES, kita tunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan Indonesia yang bermutu.
Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, jadi insan berbudaya. Aku dan berjalan, gemersik daun bersapaan, menciptakan melodi, tenangkan hati, menemani tapak kecil dalam menggapai mimpi. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan indah. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, melahirkan nilai yang agung. Aku dan semua mimpi jiwa muda berprestasi, rengku harap barisan unggul. Disinilah ku berada, di tempat masyur nan indah.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Semarang, kampus berwawasan konservasi bereputasi internasional, mencetak generasi unggul, cerdas, berkarakter. UNES adalah rumah ilmu pengembang peradaban yang dikelola dengan standar bereputasi internasional. Bersama UNES, kita tunjukkan kepada dunia pendidikan Indonesia yang bermutu,